Make a start.
Sounds good.
So Pansy Duncan was scheduled to be our first speaker. She was going to join us from New Zealand. Unfortunately, she's not here at the moment. She might have gotten the time wrong, which I unfortunately feel might be a perpetual issue today, since we have people joining us from Spain and England, the US, all across the US, actually. So let's start. Good to see everyone here again. Thank you for joining us. I would like to begin with an acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people. The Wurundjeri people are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I would like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I extend that respect to any and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in attendance today or who will join us. I would also like to thank the AHRC, Metamodernism Network, and La Trobe University for supporting this event. A special thanks to Dr. Sarah James for agreeing to chair some of our sessions throughout today's event. Also, a special thanks to Linda Ceriello and Greg Dember for agreeing to facilitate online discussion during the event's scheduled breaks. Keynote speakers will be allocated 40 minutes to speak. At the end of their keynote addresses, we will hold a 15-minute Q&A with the panel. As such, the audience is encouraged to save their questions for the keynote speakers until the end. Our other presenters will be allocated 20 minutes to speak. Each of these presentations will be followed by a 5-minute Q&A. When speakers have 5 minutes remaining, our chair people will give them a 5-minute warning. At this point, presenters should start to consider concluding their presentations. And now I will introduce Linda, who's joining us from the US. It's great to see you again, Linda. So Linda is an assistant professor in the Interdisciplinary Studies Department at Kennesaw State University in Georgia, USA. She holds a PhD in comparative religions. Linda has published essays and presented at numerous academic conferences on the topic of metamodernism since 2012. She organized the recent AHRC Metamodernism Network Conference, Seattle Metamodernism Summit 2022, with Greg Dember and Anthony Rowland. Along with Dember, she co-authors the general audience blog, What is Metamodernism, and hosts the YouTube series, What is Metamodernism Conversations. Currently, Ceriello is at work on a book manuscript based on her dissertation, Metamodern Mysticism, Narrative Encounters with Contemporary Western Secular Spiritualities, and an edited volume. She currently divides her time between Vasson Island in Washington State and Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The title of her address is The Bodhisattva Move, Popular Mysticism's Influence on the Metamodern Term. So hopefully I pronounced that correct, Linda.
Pretty close. Bodhisattva.
Close. Okay, Bodhisattva. All right. Linda, would please welcome Linda.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Let me share my screen. And you can let me know if that's showing.
Looks good.
Good. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Graham, for the invitation to talk today. It's really an honor. And start my timer as well. I want to start out by situating myself in the scholarly disciplines. As mentioned, my field is religious studies. My subfields that'll be relevant today include mysticism studies, contemporary secular spiritual communities, Asian religions in the West, and popular culture studies. I've been using metamodern theory to think with all of these, as mentioned, for a little over a decade now. And in fact, it was metamodern theory that provided a kind of thread that brought these areas of study together in some surprising ways that I'm really excited to share and happy to be in front of the kind of audience with whom I can share about this. And so just also to say at the start, when I refer to observations about the West, largely that should be presumed to refer to the US and sometimes Europe. And I'm sorry to say, I have not yet had the opportunity to learn enough about Australian spiritual communities and cultural products to do more than make some educated guesses as to the application of some of my observations to contemporary Australian culture. So I hope you will bear with me and help educate me. And so because we have some of the background facts about metamodernism kind of already out on the table, and thank you to those scholars who have spoken before me and those who are coming after. I won't go into very much detail on those qualities of metamodernism, but here's a bit of just locating a general approach, and I'm going to go quickly. Mostly just to, for people who don't work in popular culture at all, here's a few metamodern products that I've noticed have received treatment or mention in scholarship that I'm aware of. Some you may recognize. And I'll return to a couple of these later on. And a few of the qualities that are more or less agreed upon here. We don't have to go again through these with a fine-tooth comb, I don't think. You can read the what's in bold there. And just to draw attention to the middle quote there, that's from me, just to particularly focus in on this move that declares ownership of a breadth of human vicissitudes that are experientially felt to be real, and more so when they stand entangled together rather than tidily sorted out. Let's see. Oh, I didn't have a couple of them on the screen quite yet, so I'll give that a second. All right, so let me describe what I'll be talking about today. One thing is hopefully I'll be answering the question that may be sitting on the background right now for some of you, maybe not, but in what ways does the field of religious studies enter into the conversation about metamodernism? It's not exactly a no-brainer for everyone. I've recognized that. It's a fair question. So in my abstract, I've put a few of the claims out there, but I'll list them here too. They're loosely the same. Then I'll kind of fill in the colors as I go along. So this is sort of the outline of claims. First of all, getting ahead of myself. First of all, that religious studies and metamodernism have something to do with the weird or the mystical or the non-ordinary and their study. And by the way, non-ordinary is a way of grouping events or perceptions that fall outside of consensus or what we might call ordinary reality. And it's also a way of sidestepping other grouping terms that come with a great deal of baggage, such as the supernatural and the paranormal, though I do talk about those as well. So that's one claim undergirding my talk today, that metamodernism and religious studies have some relationship to the study of the non-ordinary, and perhaps even to the existence of the resurgence of its study in the 21st century. The study of the paranormal itself has a long history in esoterica and in what was the burgeoning field of psychology in the United States and Europe, with figures like William James, Frederick Myers, and people like Franz Mesmer well before them. But then it was a discredited field, came to be considered kind of a flaky topic that academics felt uncomfortable touching, at least out in the open. And the fact that it is now reversing or resurfacing, I suggest, has something to do with metamodernism. And then my second claim, which is already up there, that metamodernism can be an instrument to help periodize and understand the prevalence of subcultures that have arisen in the contemporary West, we might say, out of fascination with the weird, the mystical, or the quasi-mystical, the non-ordinary. And the kind of subcultures of fascination that I'm talking about include the New Age movement, the more current spiritual but not religious. We'll be talking about both of those quite a bit today. And their myriad constitutive parts, such as Western-inflected Buddhisms, Hinduisms, Tantras, yogas, self-help and wellness cultures, channeling and psychic phenomena communities, and so on, as well as those subcultures that have grown up as a result of social media's landscapes of these identity affiliation communities, identity groupings. Far too numerous to mention, but we can think about fan cultures and conspiracy cultures as well. And also just to state this fascination with the non-ordinary that I'm interested in, it's mainly that which occurs outside of traditional religious institutions. That's what I mean to refer to. Not to say that traditional and institutionalized religions don't adhere to some of these observations. Indeed, their pull is really baked into any talk about alternatives. So the so-called unchurched wouldn't mean anything without references to the church. So anyway, I mean to indicate that my focus is on what might be called alternative or secular spiritual communities and sets of beliefs. So I hope that's enough to begin with to try to indicate what it is I'm using metamodernism to periodize. Now, the why part is, put simply, I hope it's simple. Why do we apply metamodern theory here? I'm just going to read a little bit from a paragraph from my dissertation. Locating the epistemic basis of secular spiritual phenomena within an epistemic shift to the metamodern offers a way of understanding the motivation to identify as SBNR, spiritual but not religious, and the motivation to detraditionalize or to dispense with traditionally fixed religious identities, which I don't know about Australia, but in the United States, we've been seeing news reports of the percentages of religious shrinking and the people ticking the spiritual but not religious box, or the none, as in none of the above box, receiving more ticks every year. So that was one research project of mine that showed me that epistemically contextualizing the phenomenon of the spiritual but not religious via metamodernism was going to help make sense of that. So let's see, it was in examining both the why of this and looking at what qualities comprise a spiritual but not religious identity that are different from the New Age, which fell out of favor as an identity category by the late 1990s, that led me to develop a concept of the influence on current spiritualities by the metamodern turn, and vice versa, the influence of these spiritualities on the metamodern turn. So both causative, going both ways. So to continue building from that bit of scaffolding and make a related observation about where the non-ordinary shows up and how we know it, or how we know it when we see it, my claim is that metamodernism can help us understand not just the presence of detraditionalized spiritualities, but such as found in the SBNR, but also understand the specific aesthetic content of certain mystical and non-ordinary cultural products currently in evidence, and their messaging that often shows an oscillation or negotiation between, say, believers and their truth claims and skeptics. Talking about products that confront us with the weird, the mystical, supernatural, etc., and are found in virtually all areas of popular and high culture, talking television, film, and theater, artistic, literary, musical, and comedic narrative forms, architectures. And I profile a number of these. I'll only be able to do a little bit here in this time period, but it's evident that many of them perform this negotiation or oscillation, and they use metamodern aesthetic sensibilities to do so, such as sincere irony or ironicity, the quirky, the metamodern awesome, the childlike, and what I call fluid identity narratives. And the emphasis overall on an individual's felt experience as sort of the central abiding heuristic of a narrative is another one. So let's bring some specificity to this set of ideas. Did I get to my fourth bullet point? Not quite. Okay. Let's see. It's been observed in a previous decade that a full third of television programming available in the United States audience, or to the United States audience, has non-ordinary paranormal supernatural themes. I haven't checked on this lately, but I'm pretty sure the trend hasn't gone downward since I was looking middle of last decade. So for example, the top 5 TV shows in the mid-20-teens, of those, all 5 have some connection to spiritual, supernatural themes. And FYI, those were Game of Thrones, The Walking Dead, The Big Bang Theory, American Horror Story, and NCIS. And if you know that one, that might surprise you since it's a crime drama. It surprised me. And I'm sorry, I don't know more about Australian TV offerings to be sure if these are all relevant. I hope so. I hope some of them are. So the main point here is that each of these are popular secular American television programs that regularly involve viewers in spiritual and supernatural topics, and they reflect a variety of metamodern sensibilities while they're doing so. I have a section in my dissertation where I think alongside TV critics who've been picking up on the metamodern without knowing that they're doing so. Quick example regarding this show, The Big Bang Theory. There's a quote from Catherine Brodsky from Variety magazine. She says, "This is the age of the geek, and The Big Bang Theory's popularity is a reflection of a massive cultural shift where we're celebrating the brainy, the intellectual, and the different instead of making them an outcast. The Big Bang Theory lets audiences identify with and be part of that geek world." And then quoting from India Ross in the publication Pop Matters, "The Big Bang Theory sits in a transition period in which irony is heaped upon irony, such that the very uncertainty over what constitutes cool gives us the social fluidity which defines our world today." You might have to read the whole treatment to get this exactly, but that example is meant to show how it becomes okay to think about and to geek out about the non-ordinary in this very earthy manner, that is to say, via science. And in shows like The Big Bang Theory, we see epistemic positions crisscrossing the religious and the hyper-rational, each sort of lightly making fun of the other, and sort of human earnestness generally winning out. Okay, now we're on bullet point 4. So metamodernism can help us begin to understand the mechanism of oscillating. This is my most speculative one, and it's the hardest one for me to describe in short order. So we'll see how well I do here. But let me review all of these and sort of tie them together. Again, paraphrasing from my dissertation. Metamodern theory has potential utility in accounting for the normalizing of presentations of mystical experience in contemporary culture and exposing a dimension of the choice to identify as SBNR, in which this worldly spaces of liminality analogous to the mystical encounter itself are reflexively constructed. In other words, I work from the idea that secular mystical encounters, including secondhand ones, oops, I realized I have this on a slide I should be showing you. There it is. So where are we? Including secondhand ones up here. As may come via consuming film, TV shows, and other cultural products, mirror contemporary individuals' felt experience of being in between, of being both and, sometimes both neither, being secular and spiritual. This is a theorizing of the mechanism, if you will, of the both and, an oscillation, though not simply in the manner of a pendulum swinging between two extreme points, as we've been hearing about. In a sense, the purpose is to try to make a foray into clarifying how this gestalt of self-culture and or as performed noesis operates. So a little bit of a mouthful. These claims, and I will kind of break that down as we go. These claims sort of loosely map onto the language in my abstract. And I have one more, my most hubristic claim, but I stand by it, which is I want to make a convincing case today that religious studies not only belongs in the conversation about metamodern theory, but may perhaps be the best suited field for engaging certain aspects of the question of not just what metamodernism is, what its characteristics and its function and culture, but why and how this came to be the case. And so that reasoning would be because of religious studies inherently interdisciplinary nature, as well as its really obligation to interrogate the workings of the human meaning-making part of the equation of culture. Okay, let's talk periodizing for a minute. Let's see. So I want to bring in connection to Asian religious philosophies, try to make a little bit of sense of my my title today. And I've mentioned that Metamodernism historically contextualizes the turn, and it does so in part via contemporary secular spiritual movements. And those are greatly influenced by mystical traditions and certain concepts from Asian religious philosophies. So we're going to try to connect a few dots there. So mixing of Asian and Western religions has really been going on for a long time, as you may know. In fact, we can track the emergence of the New Age as the outcome of about a century and a half or more, well, really more, of esoteric thinking from, for example, Swedenborgianism, early 18th century, to transcendentalism in the 19th century, Madame Blavatsky's Theosophy, same century, and a host of smaller spiritual movements like New Thought, those mixing with influences of Buddhism and Hindu philosophies as the Asian teachers that came to the West lectured publicly and opened up centers of study. In the United States, we had D.T. Suzuki and Swami Vivekananda, Yogananda, and so many more. And then a lot of Western thinkers that responded to both the form and the content of such knowledges, and further really piqued the curiosity of Western audiences. I'm talking about like Aldous Huxley and Alan Watts and the Beatles, really in their Maharishi period. And this gave way to some amalgamative, I think that's a word, concepts such as Ken Wilber's integral theory and transpersonal psychology that bring a lot of religious and philosophical traditions together under an essentially what I would call modern grand narrative type of rubric, or what Aldous Huxley called perennialism. So we think of modernism as rationalist and science dominated, but this way of thinking I would call modernist, in that it's progress driven and it gains massive momentum in the United States, partly because of that underlying soteriology, a word I'll be using a few more times, a kind of way of thinking about how we generate progress, how we are saved. And a number of wonderful intellectual histories have done a great job showing these connections through the New Age. And then the SBNR, which is an outgrowth of the New Age, hadn't really been accounted for yet when I sort of came upon this topic. And it's interesting because the SBNR and the New Age have a very similar set of eclectic beliefs and practices and commitment to higher self or unseen realities. Some of the characteristics I've listed here on this slide. So what is it that's distinctive and different with SBNRs other than having changed out the name? As a scholar of religion and esotericism, Wouter Hanegraaff points out, the term New Age was on the wane as of late 1990s. People were not really willing to check the box New Age anymore. So to cut a bit to the chase and risk glossing over a lot of nuance, there are several reasons why the New Age is no longer the moniker of choice, and spiritual but not religious became widely received. I'll just focus a little bit on the one that I suggest here, is that the New Age pulls from that modern linear progress-driven transcendence model of soteriology or salvation narrative, and that the presumptions behind this model include things like an emphasis on the light, on goodness, on positivity, on the goal of transcending this world and attaining a state that maybe no longer requires earthly participation. But it also brings with it a tendency sometimes to skirt around the uncomfortable sides of humanity, not so much willing attention on the dark and the hidden, the uglier sides of human existence. And I know thinkers from the modernist period, like Freud and Jung, would be, especially protesting what I'm saying here, because I'm painting with broad brushstrokes, but those thinkers represent part of what I would consider part of modernity, which is the tendency of pathologizing, of saying we're going to solve the problem of the darkness in humanity in effect, so it will ideally will go away. Obviously that model still holds plenty of sway. But anyway, when the New Age crashed into the postmodern around in the 1980s, as it did in places like late night talk show hosts, it was overall not looked upon too kindly. The postmodern currency in that sort of pop culture context being skepticism and snark, making fun of, if not deconstructing truth claims, arguing against grand salvific narratives that are implied. With that kind of culture, it's easy to imagine that this alone kept mystics in the closet. And those who bravely came out, like, for example, actress Shirley MacLaine, had a rough time of it. So I'll read from my dissertation again. When MacLaine was invited onto talk show hosts in the postmodern 80s, the hosts were as eager to hear about her acting career as her New Age beliefs and claims of paranormal or supernatural experiences, brought up sometimes politely, but with a sneering tone in the background, humoring the woo-woo lady. She was marked as legitimate fodder for the postmodern secular world's scorn. And the tone also conveyed a message that while MacLaine was in step with, in some ways, a spokesperson for the New Age was out of step with postmodernity, part of which was an active distancing from her kinds of truth claims and ideas of transcendence. MacLaine has been a topic of analysis by scholars of religion, anthropology, and communications who've seen her as a representative of the New Age. So for purposes today, I'm going to say MacLaine is an example of a modernist, universalist, perennialist in a postmodern pop cultural context for a while. Now, when she's interviewed decades later by Oprah in 2011 or by Matt Lauer in 2016, the tone is completely different. There's a softness, there's a politeness, a curiosity to really what amounts to understand her felt experience of the experience of having the visions that she had. Now, to contrast MacLaine with another high-profile mystic and seeker, Russell Brand, I'm going to guess that many of you know who this is already, but he's a comedian, an actor, podcast host, an activist, and very unabashedly, quoting from my dissertation again, a contemporary SBNR seeker on an ancient spiritual path, earnestly championing justice in today's fraught socio-political scene, while destabilizing his audiences with outrageously salacious jokes. The cultural force of his dialectic makes him a thought leader for secular spirituals writing their own narratives in a different way. So both MacLaine and Brand are actors. They're both authors who've spoken freely about their universalist, perennialist beliefs in public, but Brand gets a very, very different reception. Here's a quote from Brand, where he starts to put the epistemic pieces together himself, forecasting a way out of postmodernity. So he's essentially feeling his way into a spiritual but not religious that is itself re-scripting the sacred via popular culture all around us. I'm just going to let you all read that for a moment. So just a few more comments on the two, my exemplars here. Both Brand and MacLean are self-aware. They both have winkingly made fun of themselves in public for their sort of outrageous views, according to some. But one difference is MacLean, in my analysis, in her narration, she deploys a kind of negative other, a skeptical counterpoint that distrusts her other self. MacLean's narrative of spiritualization was of a self split into parts. As Hanegraaff points out, the New Age itself utilized this split as one of its central tropes. MacLean's sort of real self, her true or higher self, versus her ordinary self. Russell Brand, however, never feels the need to deploy that type of negative other, because in a metamodern context, all of his sides, and there are many, are engaged. In his comedy especially, there's a kind of rapid fire succession of identity narratives, one after the other, something which is acceptable and even relatable now in our socially mediatized world. So the subtext with Brand and other what I would call metamodernized spiritual figures, of which I've written, in effect is, you are like me. Whereas for MacLean, it was sort of like something special happened to me, something different happened to me. But with Brand, it's a different kind of message and identification with the public more directly. That's not true across the board, I realize as I'm saying that, but like other figures, Brand makes his history with addiction very public. He's faced struggles that we can identify with. The message with him is sort of nothing's hidden behind the curtain. And it's an important metamodern sensibility. It's like he's all out there for everyone to see. He's flawed, he's bombastic, he's ridiculous, he's secular and spiritual, he's lewd and earnestly kind. No matter how far out he goes with some of his beliefs, according to some, his central message remains palatable as both secular and spiritual. He can say things like he does, treat each other well, be truthful, be kind. And in the end, whatever truth claims he makes that may feel uncomfortable for some in his secular audience are immediately taken as fodder for a good laugh. So he has a quote about serving up a big dose of something cosmic to his audience and being sure to follow that with a penis joke. So Brand is a metamodern figure in my reading of him, one who espouses this amalgamated set of so-called Eastern wisdom teachings that work particularly well for secular-friendly spiritual teachers, others that can articulate ideas that are consonant with, say, non-dual Vedanta and Buddhism, such as, excuse me, when they claim that they're not teaching anything, that there's in fact nothing to learn, no wisdom to attain, no guru to follow, you're already whole, that kind of message. It's disarming for people who have alarm bells ringing when someone is talking too much like a guru. So this is part of what I've called the metamodern soteriology, or again, salvation narrative, something that every religion has, and the narratives and cultural products of every society respond to salvation narratives in one way or another. And I think it includes what I've called the Bodhisattva move. So for those who don't know, the Bodhisattva is a concept from Mahayana Buddhism, of which Zen Buddhism is perhaps the most well-known. The Bodhisattva vow is chanted in Zen practice, and it's essentially a commitment to attain enlightenment, not for one's own sake, but to make sure that all beings are saved. That's the purpose behind one's spiritual path, to save all beings. So I'm not saying that this commitment is the self-same as is in Metamodernism, you know, per se, but that Metamodernism makes room for a circumventing of hard and fast bifurcations of good and bad, immanent, transcendent, savior and sinner, meaning and no meaning. And as I've written elsewhere, I think the message is to celebrate expressions of human frailty and foible that are so authentic as to defy previous narratives of what's accepted or expected or even desirable. and to revere those instances in life in which humanity is revealed to be as quirky and lovably strange, charmingly vile, base, human as it is. So metamodern soteriology is one of immanence more so than transcendence. It acknowledges the fully human fractured self as a salvific principle, not perhaps replacing the otherworldly transcendent, but declaring that the latter is no longer so much an end point, and yet neither is the sacred disenchanted or deconstructed away. So we could describe it as an oscillation, perhaps away from the transcendence model soteriologies, such as modernism provided, while recovering meaning from the postmodern. So in religious studies, we address certain binaries. You're probably picking up on this. Some are more obvious, like the religious versus atheist, religious versus spiritual. In fact, that's one way the moniker spiritual but not religious came about. Yeah, I think I'll skip that part for time. So let's go on to my second to last section here. I mentioned my most speculative claim, which scares me a little to try to describe, but that last one was to begin to understand the mechanism of oscillating. So I'm going to draw on a couple observations here. One is that oscillation in the case of a mystic is a rapid fire shifting, that also reflects the sensibilities of generations Y and Z, in which this idea of radically transforming oneself on a quotidian level, switching identities, has come to be actually quite a bit more normative. The presence of social media and the way it influences and facilitates the sense that individuals are multivalent sets of identities is what I'm trying to explore more fully. And presently, we might say that the more identities one assumes on social media platforms and the faster one can sort of shapeshift between them, the more personal currency, virtual as well as often economic, one obtains. And I don't say this to that this act of identity forging, this fluid identity narratives is the same as a mystical or non-ordinary encounter, but that one may make the other more comfortable to take in. So the notion I'm building here, this is reading from dissertation again, is that the active, for the spiritual but not religious, the active writing of tensions between the secular and the spiritual is how they forge their identities, how their public ontologies are performatively generated. So they're both inside and outside their secular and their spiritual identities, negotiating constantly with these realities, not unlike a mystic. And what is performed as a result of this activity should underline, of oscillating back and forth between epistemic positions? Well, it's hard to make blanket statements about something like mystical experience, but I do make one, and that's that mystical realization is, in a sense, a function of moving between various binaries and boundaries. And perhaps in some way this connects to Michael Meany's comment yesterday that it takes energy to make things oscillate. I'm not focused on the physics of it, but I am gesturing at a verb, an action that's happening. Something's happening to crack open these binaries of universalism versus contextualism, modern and postmodern. And metamodernism, I suggest, is analogous. It performs as a cracking open. So I talk a lot about this activity of crossing of these boundaries. And it's a bit slippery, but I think on a general level, maybe we can kind of feel that what excites us about metamodernism is that we can sense that something generative happens when we allow this holding of this wide spectra of phenomena. We can hold paradox without resolving it, without determining one to be right and the other to be wrong, a winner and a loser, but also not foregoing our moral and ethical responsibilities and just going, oh, it's all relative. So this is where I think the study of religion and metamodernism really come together wonderfully. If we're able to bring sincerity and curiosity to non-ordinary experiences, things that can't be explained in a materialist framework, but also understand that existential dread is something we were probably going to get, a feeling of purposelessness or helplessness, that we don't have all the answers. It's not that the answers are just automatically going to come to us and sort themselves out. So we have some deeply imbibed tropes that can help us, that we've inherited, actually, I feel like we've been steeping in for several decades from Western appropriations of Asian philosophies. And one of them is be in the moment. What exactly is that? I think at its base, it's finding a way to be with the good, the bad, and the ugly as they're in motion, as it were. They're in constant. They're not static. They're what we are as a continual process. So the ground is continually shifting under our postmodern feet. And the idea isn't to try to force it to stop doing so. And I think that's one of the strengths of metamodern scholarship. So I'm going to move on to that topic and then wrap up. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to put this slide up about the New Age self-spirituality versus the metamodern sense of spirituality. One side, the New Age being your life doesn't work, true self is perfect, and the solution is to disidentify with the ego. And I just sort of imagined this metamodern rewriting would be, instead of your life doesn't work, it might read, your life is a movie with all kinds of plot lines. You're the producer, you're the director, you're the actor, you're the audience. Isn't that awesome? And instead of true self is perfect, that there's some perfect shining example we have to live into, a metamodern perspective might say, well, we're not convinced there's any truth with a capital T. We can remain agnostic, but we can also embrace both sides of the argument. And in terms of disidentification with the ego, it does seem to make the world a better place, make everyone happier, but it might be, the metamodern spin might be, don't make an ideology out of it. That was a bit tongue-in-cheek there. So moving on quickly to talk about the weird. This is a screenshot from a website of a podcast called Weird Studies. And I think that there's a prevalence of people talking about the weird and the mystical and the paranormal, as I mentioned. It's hard to read the fine print there, so I put it over on the side. It says, Weird Studies is a scholarly field that doesn't and can't exist. Well, I think at some point they're going to have to amend their language, because weird studies, it does exist. It especially exists in religious studies, but it's surfacing. And it's only been in the last about 2 decades that some scholars of religion are going there. They're going back there and going right into the open with it. And it says the weird is that which resists any settled explanation or frame of reference. So I have a lot of examples of this kind of thinking and this kind of scholarship, but I think I'll just go forward from here, because I just wanted to mention what I think this dovetails with pretty nicely is this quote. Yeah, I think that was a misplaced slide. I think that was meant to go with my last section, but this quote from Van Denneker, Gibbons, and Vermeulen, that moving back and forth or oscillating between positions isn't about the best of both worlds. Structure feeling isn't better or worse. It's a discourse giving meaning to our experience, including giving us the ability to ask what is good and what is bad in the first place. Now I see what happens is it actually goes with my next bit here, which is my conclusion. I have one more topic I'd like to just quickly touch upon, which is, having said what the work that metamodernism can do in religion, I think I'll say a word about what the scholarly application of metamodernism is really not meant to do, in my opinion, or should not be doing, which is theorizing with metamodernism isn't a terribly useful means of making theological, ontological claims per se about the definitive existence of realities or unseen phenomena. And I don't think it should be presuming to be prescriptive as to any desired ethics or desired social outcomes of our theorizing work. I think what most of us here understand our work to be is to be descriptive in whatever our subjects in religious studies. It's particularly tricky because among the subjects, these areas that we're dealing with can be the terrain of discerning moral and ethical meanings. So to be clear, I think we can use metamodernism to describe what we observe to be the ethical and social outcomes emerging from this metamodern period, and to say why. In my area, I'm suggesting a correlation between mystical states such as non-dual realizations or unity consciousness, feeling of oneness with all beings, or more commonly experienced states of awe and wonder, correlating those with social outcomes. And the literature supports that these types of encounters, more often than not, do lead to pro-social attitudes, pluralism, selflessness, ecological awareness, a sense of interconnectedness. And in fact, among us today, if he's still here, and also nearby, local shout out for Melbourne, is a researcher at the University of Melbourne. Ji Song is his name. And Ji's work on awe and wonder, it has been of great benefit to me in my work. Hi, nice to see you. So in short, while I actually take a bit of a position against using metamodernism to make cases for what should be with respect to our social world, if we use it for describing what is already in evidence, then we can rigorously argue for why this does or does not reflect a metamodern sensibility or structure of feeling. That's undergirded by the quote that's up there now. That was the meaning. That was the intended order there. So final comments. I think that this stance that I'm outlining here keeps us safely out of the tendency to say that metamodernism is limited to stuff that we like or our personal utopian goals for what we want to see in the world, which I would call a salvific theological position. And I hope I've clarified that I feel a metamodern salvific position actually does not look like that. It's not just the outcomes that we personally may advocate for. And additionally, lastly, I think this enables us to recognize not only that metamodernism has to be a concept useful for examining shades of perspectives and meanings and outcomes from across a spectrum, including those that may seem wacky or unethical or dystopian from some perspectives, but that this ability to examine all these things is actually its hallmark. So we don't want to silo metamodernism, to take its expansiveness away from it, just because we may personally favor a certain social program. I think we really need to take this stance loudly and vocally if we don't want metamodernism's theoretical potential to get chopped off at its knees. And lastly, I want to say thank you to Greg Dember for his helping flesh out many of the ideas here. And I also want to say happy birthday to Greg Dember. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Greg. Thank you so much, Linda. That was excellent. So like I said, we'll hold our questions until the end. So we can ask the sort of panel more collectively and get sort of potentially different takes on certain things. But thanks for joining us, Pansy. Apologies if I said.
No, I apologize. I should have double checked. I'm very sorry, and I'm really sorry that I missed part of the first talk. And
yeah, no problem. You're here now, which is all that matters. So thank you for. I hope that my email helped, but. Thank you, Pansy. So I will introduce you. You missed this before. I will allocate 40 minutes for you to speak, and then I will give you a 5-minute warning, which you'll see on our collective sort of camera. So just be aware of that.
Yeah.
So Pansy is a senior lecturer in the Media Studies program in the School of Humanities, Media and Creative Communications at Massey University in Auckland. Her articles on film aesthetics and film history have appeared in several publications. Her work has been published in Screen, JSMS, PMLA, Cultural Critique and Feminist Media Studies, and her monograph, The Emotional Life of Postmodern Film, appeared with Routledge in 2016. Her latest book, Screening the Postmodern, co-written by Missy Malloy and Claire Henry, was published by Oxford University Press in late 2022. Her current project, which is funded by Marsden Grant from the Royal Society of New Zealand, is an eco-materialist counter-history of early popular Euro-American film aesthetics, provisionally titled A Natural History of Film Form. The title of her essay today is Glossophilia, Postmodern Emotion from Fascination to Knowingness. Thank you, Pansy. We're ready when you are.
Thank you very much, Greg. Yeah, thank you for that. And I just wanted to indicate that Graham. Sorry, I called you Greg. I apologize. The book is screening the post-human, not the postmodern. And I don't really work on postmodernism anymore. So the talk that I'm about to give is kind of drawn from the project that fed into my first book. And I'm kind of revisiting material, and some of the critical references here are a bit dated, but hopefully there are some kind of interesting points of discussion that we can unpack in our conversation, and hopefully it speaks to the earlier talk. So what I'll do is I'll just share my screen. 1 second. Why is that not working? Oh, I see. Entire screen. There we go. And I'll get into it. Okay. Emotion and postmodernism. Is it possible to imagine an odder couple, stranger bedfellows, less bad company? If it's now a matter of record that the past 3 decades have witnessed an explosion of scholarship on affect and emotion still widely dubbed the affective turn, it's equally a matter of record that the turn toward affect and emotion marks a turn away from postmodern aesthetics and theory. Anne Pellegrini and Jasper Puer's 2009 survey of the resurgence of critical interest in the cultural politics and claims of affect, unquote, for example, blithely takes Frederick Jameson's now notorious adage about a postmodern waning of affect as an index of postmodernism's hostility to emotional and affective analysis. They then no less blithely take the growing centrality of theories of affect as a sign that postmodernism has had its critical and cultural day. As they put it, quote, some 30 years after Jamison's first exploration of these questions of feeling, it is postmodernism that has ceased to be sounded as a term of and for critical analysis. Pellegrini and Puer have been far from alone among thinkers of affect and emotion in insisting that where the critical stocks of feeling are on the ascendant, those of postmodern theory and aesthetics must be on the wane. Critics from Eugenie Brinkhamer to Brian Masumi have offered similar off-the-cuff repudiations of Jamison that reflect a deeper disinclination on the part of theorists associated with the affective turn to engage with theories of postmodernism. In many respects, of course, some of the burden of this polarization of postmodernism on the one hand and feeling on the other rests with postmodern theory itself, in which doom-laden claims about emotion's demise have sounded an insistent and influential refrain, from David Harvey's identification of a, quote, shell-shocked, blasé, or exhausted silence as the first line of defense against the social, political, technological, and economic changes of postmodernity, to Jean Baudrillard's contention that in postmodernism, quote, the cold and cool universe, unquote, has eclipsed what he calls desire, passion, seduction, expression, and competition. Even setting these statements aside, finding conceptual quarter for emotion within the theoretical and aesthetic coordinates of the postmodern, which tend to be structured by what Catherine Constable has called a logic of negation, poses a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Standard cognitive appraisal theories of emotion, for example, cast emotion as the sign and expression of a subject, yet in postmodernism, the subject apparently is dead. Cognitive appraisal theory construes emotion as interpretive, yet in postmodernism, the hermeneutic depth models that once enshrined the promise of stable meaning have collapsed. Cognitive appraisal theory affords emotion a visceral, physiological aspect, yet postmodernism has been seen as inaugurating an age of disembodied indifference. At a pinch, and pointing to Jamison's account of postmodern intensities, some theorists have suggested that if indisputably hostile to emotion, postmodern theory may be more immediately hospitable to affect, which is a mobile, organic, and non-subjective model of feeling that's secured wide critical currency in the wake of work by Lauren Ballant, Brian Masumi, Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, and others. After all, affect's seeming freedom from the shackles of subjectivity and hermeneutics make it unusually compatible with the tenets of postmodernism. Reconciling postmodern theory's critique of the subject and hermeneutics with the subjective and interpretive phenomenon still denoted by the term emotion, however, seems a lost cause. And that's sort of the project that I'm undertaking in the book. Yet if postmodern theory should be held at least partly responsible for the apparent polarization of emotion and postmodernism, the field that I will henceforth refer to as feeling theory, in order to encompass both work on affect and work on emotion, must also shoulder some of the blame. For while emotion holds a nominal place in feeling theory, affect has so fully monopolized feeling theory's revisionist energies that, more by default than by deliberation, emotion has tended to remain under the sway of older subjective and interpretive cognitive appraisal models of feeling, despite the valiant reinterpretive efforts of critics like Xian Nai and Ray Terada. This is not, of course, to say that scholars in feeling theory have left the cognitive appraisal paradigm critically unchallenged. Yet, because this critique is less often taken as a platform to rethink our understanding of emotion than it's used as a pretext for shifting attention to an ostensibly more critically interesting and politically productive affect, these models of emotion have tended to remain intact, if only as a kind of historical artifact or critical whipping boy. Brian Masumi's construction of affect as a mobile, non-subjective, and asignifying potentiality, for example, asks an emotion, figured as the capture, closure, and mastery of affect, to bear the full weight of the ideological captivity that affect is said to escape. While clearly a key term within feeling theory, then, emotion has tended to remain suspended within a now somewhat superannuated cognitive appraisal paradigm, whose postulates square poorly with key postmodern themes like the death of the subject and the new depthlessness. Given feeling theory's persistent, if slightly grudging investment in emotion, then it should come as little surprise that critics continue to kind of preface this newer work in the field with a ritual vanquishing of a so-called old postmodernism. It's my contention, however, in this presentation and in the book from which it's drawn, that this gesture flies in the face of feeling theory's avowed commitment to what Anne Cvetkovic has called the richness of emotional experience. To write off an entire aesthetic and theoretical archive with one stroke is potentially to disregard a treasury of theoretical possibility. And if, as Ray Terada puts it, there is no such thing as the absence of emotion, it's my hunch that moments of apparent emotional absence might yield the richest reserves to draw on in rethinking emotion. In the broader project from which this talk is drawn, I perform close readings of a cluster of canonical postmodern theoretical and filmic texts, from Frederick Jamison's classic Postmodernism to David Cronenberg's Crash. And my aim in doing so is to map the idiosyncratic emotional life of an aesthetic and theoretical field that, while hostile to the vehement passions like anger, grief, or fear, which ratify our familiar cognitive appraisal models of emotion, is actually very far from frigid, icy, or emotion-free. As the book shows, postmodern aesthetic and theoretical forms are encrusted by a series of ghostly, borderline emotions, from knowingness, fascination, bewilderment, and boredom to ecstasy and euphoria. And these emotions incorporate as their enabling conditions the very hermeneutic and subjective crises that would initially appear to foreclose emotional response. Emerging paradoxically out of the scene of emotions problematization, absence, or even failure, these unique emotional formations have a decidedly unorthodox relationship to bodily animation, facial expression, meaning, subjectivity, and intentionality. And their analysis, in turn, has the capacity to reshape not just some of the key precepts of feeling theory, but our apprehension of postmodernism as a now historical, aesthetic, and theoretical moment. And in what follows, I want to provide an example of the kind of analysis that I performed in the course of that book. Although rather than examining some of the more borderline emotions like bewilderment and knowingness and so on, I'll be examining a particularly novel postmodern species of fear that I discussed through an analysis of the film screen. Okay, and I'll just start my discussion of the film now. Flanked from above by two terrified, frostily blue eyes, and from below by the hand reaching up to cover it, what Gilles Deleuze vividly dubs the shadowy abyss of the screaming mouth forms a kind of visual fissure at the center of the publicity poster for Wes Craven's 1996 neo-slasher sleeper hit, Scream. As the preeminent sign and expression of fear, the Scream possesses a powerful cachet in the horror genre's physical grammar that far supersedes that of rival responses like cringing, shuddering, recoiling, tingling, and trembling. For while the Scream's oral source yokes it to speech, the vehicle of language and meaning, its baggy, amorphous form, by contrast, ties it to pure noise, a noise that, moreover, as what Mladen Doller dubs the most salient, inarticulate, pre-symbolic manifestation of the voice, unquote, a noise that appears to issue not from the throat, but from the deepest psychic recesses of the subject, supposedly. Yet the semiotic status of the poster's Scream is far from stable. In lowering our gaze from the scream of the image to the scream of the title, we transition from the ostensible immediacy of the visual to the manifest slipperiness of the linguistic. This slipperiness is not only semantic. A scream, after all, is just as commonly used to refer to a text, object, or person capable of inducing laughter as it is to a cry of pain or fear. It's also syntactic, since the howl in question oscillates grammatically between noun and imperative, between a pure emotional release and a disciplinary instruction, scream, that recalls a Foucauldian analytics of the confessional body. This instability in the status of the film's titular expression is hardly surprising, of course, for as scholars and critics never tire of reminding us, Scream is an ostentatiously postmodern horror film. A slickly produced and cleverly written installment in the popular slasher subgenre, its account of a group of friends in the fictional town of Woodsboro who become the target of a masked killer known as Ghostface, is laden with the, quote, knowing pastiche, end quote, consistently arch references to previous work in the genre, unquote, that have become the calling cards of postmodern aesthetics' relentless appeal to spectatorial self-consciousness. By contrast, as what Tom Gunning describes as a visceral convulsion in which credulity overwhelms all else, the Scream seems to epitomize a kind of guileless spectatorial naivety. Within the fixed horizon of this opposition, the kind of immediacy and naivety often ascribed to the Scream and the kind of savvy reflexivity associated with postmodern aesthetics are fundamentally incompatible. And the models of emotion that prevail in film theoretical readings of postmodern horror tend to perpetuate and reinforce this opposition. Film theoretical readings of horror generally, they kind of perpetuate this opposition between postmodern horror and genuine fear. For example, importing a basic cognitive appraisal model of emotion into the domain of horror criticism, Noel Carroll's influential take on what he calls art horror argues that, quote, the abnormal physical agitation elicited by horror has been caused by my thought that the monster is a possible being and my evaluative beliefs that said monster has the property of being threatening in the ways portrayed in the fiction, unquote. For Carroll, then, and for the many other film critics who draw explicitly or otherwise upon cognitive appraisal models of emotion, the fearful response to a horror film depends on an evaluative belief that the monster possesses some kind of immediate or possible threat to the spectator, and thus on an uncomplicatedly referential reading of and relation to the image that the reflexive postmodern text obviously forecloses. It should come as no surprise then that despite the burgeoning of interest among film scholars in the emotional and sensational capacities of cinema, the extensive critical work on the so-called postmodern slasher film has almost entirely passed over the question of the genre's capacity to scare us. A genre that encompasses not just Scream itself, but a raft of films that followed in its wake, from 1997's I Know What You Did Last Summer to the seemingly inexhaustible Scary Movie franchise. The postmodern neo-slasher has tended to register critically as a cerebral or not so cerebral exercise in spot the illusion. In fact, far from functioning as an appropriate critical resource for exploring fear, and its most privileged bodily confession, the scream, postmodern horror has become a critical magnet for anxieties about the demise of emotion in postmodernism, with critics from Aviva Briefel to Stephen Hanke to Matt Hill yoking the knowing deconstruction, critique and reflexivity that we see in these films to the spectre of a jaded, cynical and apathetic postmodern spectator. So there's a lot of anxiety within the criticism about this idea of the numb spectator and what this means for society. And this was far more the case in the 1990s, and this project is kind of historical in that sense. On first blush, this conclusion finds ample ratification in Scream itself. While the poster proffers the reassuringly human spectacle of a woman screaming, the film's narrative delivers up a far less consoling figure, the open-mouthed, elongated latex scream mask that, along with a black full-length cloak, becomes Ghostface's trademark garb. At once recalling Jamison's figure for an anxiety-ridden modernism, since the shape and expression of the mask is clearly modelled on Munch's original painting, which of course appeared in Jamison's discussion of the postmodern waning of affect. And also confirming Jamison's hunch about the figure's redundancy in a commodified, depthless postmodern world, this mass-produced scream mask, which you can kind of see here reflected in the window, becomes a measure of the scream's transformation in postmodernism from an expression and source of anxiety to a kind of empty signifier, a floppy latex bauble, a mass-produced Halloween toy. Yet if the gaping latex scream mask is itself a telling emblem of the failure of the emotion it simulates, this failure finds even stronger substantiation at the level of Scream's form. For in a strategy typical of postmodern cinema's penchant for generic hybridity, the film's violent slasher scenarios not only fail to evoke the screams promised by its poster, but are uneasily matched by comic affective cues. Certainly, the film's narrative is familiar enough with the opening set piece, and I might play that if I can. I'll just play that in the background while I talk. The opening set piece places us in an antiseptically well-lit suburban ranch-style home with a home-alone teenager, Casey, played by Drew Barrymore, whose blonde hair, creamy complexion, and white-on-white outfit make her ideal slasher film fodder. And it's not long before the film delivers on its generic promise, with Casey receiving a series of phone calls from a dusky Jack Nicholson-esque voice whose light banter suddenly turns sinister when Casey's interlocutor reveals that he can see her. "I want to know who I'm looking at." Shattering at once the fantasy of physical distance established by the device of the telephone and the fantasy of metafilmic distance established by the self-aware horror film chit-chat, the revelation is striking in its equation of voyeurism and physical threat, an equation secured when Ghostface actually bursts through the glass sliding doors, knife at the ready. The extended chase sequence that ensues culminates in Casey's slaughter, and in a final spectacle that consolidates the episode's status as the film's primal scene, she's left to hang gutted from a tree. Yet while the narrative and characterization of the scene traffic in familiar horror genre cliche, complete with screaming, pleading, and tears, the film's tonal and emotional plane diverges from tradition by inviting us to assume a position of amused, self-reflexive distance from the very real violence that Scream depicts. On the one hand, this invitation is built into the very structure of the scene. Oh, thank you. as Ghostface proposes what he calls a little game, a snap horror film history quiz in which failure to answer correctly spells instant death. On the other hand, it's apparent in the visual illusions with which the scene is loaded. From the jiffy pop Casey is heating up on the stove, a clear reference to years of teen horror direct marketing ploys, to the homage to Dario Argento's Suspiria, offered up in the image of Barrymore hanging from the garden tree. Scream's taste for yoking scenes of slasher-style violence to humorous reflexive commentary is only consolidated as the film proceeds. And I'll just play another clip here. And we're introduced to our protagonist, Sidney Prescott, whose mother was killed 1 year before in identical slasher style, and whose own life now appears to be at risk. For even as the killer begins knocking off the core cast, the film provides dramatic and emotional space for an amused, knowing response. Throughout, its characters relay narrative events through their knowledge of a range of slasher texts, noting connections between real events and those in classic slasher film, speculating as to who will play them in a movie version, and arguing about the rules for surviving a slasher. If Scream's tonal register is marked by an effort to, quote, to turn, quote, slasher flicks into slapstick, the primary character's emotional deviance both matches and feeds into the film's own. When Randy, for example, receives a phone call informing him that the school principal has been murdered and found hanging from the goalposts on the football field, his friend's jubilant response is to drive over to the school to have a look before they pry him down. Likewise, when Sydney notes that Casey Becker, the film's first victim, sits beside her in English class, her best friend Tatum is quick to quip, "Not anymore." If, as Carol has suggested, the responses of characters in horror film often seem to cue the emotional responses of the audience, the callousness of Scream's teenage cast would seem to mark out a position not for a horrified spectator, but for a knowing, amused, and distanced one. The glacially emotionless postmodern horror spectator projected by panicky cultural commentators. Yet there's a conspicuous instability in the argument that Scream's evocation of the numb, affectless subject expresses a culture-wide waning of responsiveness to horror film, and that this in turn heralds the demise of the genre. I'll just pause that there. And the instability lies in the fact that again and again across criticism of the film, the anxious fretfulness with which critics write of the waning of affect in postmodern horror seems to actually constitute the fearful response they insistently claim has fallen away. To take just one example, according to Kim Newman, Scream's comic approach to horror signals a degeneration of its capacity to depict, quote, the horrors and neuroses of the age, a function that, once essential to horror, has now been passed to other types of movies. Yet the performative register of Newman's argument sits uneasily alongside its constitutive claims. Arguing that Scream, like comic horror, has all but driven the real stuff out of the marketplace, unquote, rendering the, quote, non-camp horror movie an endangered species, Newman projects the emotionally effete, quote, comic horror in conspicuously non-comic and even horrific terms, as a raging, monstrous entity capable of driving the feeble, non-camp, quote, real stuff out of the marketplace. In doing so, Newman's work seems both to exude and to evoke the fear he insists is precluded by postmodern horror's excessive levity. While this is, of course, a fear displaced and ectopic, less a response to the film's gory violence than a meta-response to the spectre of a seemingly even to a spectre seemingly even more horrible, namely the spectre of the numb, emotionless subject over whom cinematic violence has no sway. This displaced or secondary critical response cannot be differentiated in any final way from the immediate spectatorial response to the film. But how do we account for these kind of critical anxieties in light of claims about the desensitized, affectless spectator? For feeling-oriented theorists like Masumi, as we have seen, the anxiety that coalesces around the postmodern slasher should be construed as a sign that postmodern speculations about the numb, emotionless spectator are just plain wrong. In Masumi's terms, the figure of the numb subject is a critical misconception, completely oblivious to the intensity of feeling that encrusts contemporary cultural and social forms, and that he kind of understands through the rubric of affect. Yet rather than subscribe either to the notion that fear has expired in postmodernism, or to the idea that, as Nasumi would suggest, that it's in simple, uncomplicated surfeit, in this presentation, I'll suggest that in postmodern aesthetics, the emotion of fear is importantly bound up with the spectacle of its own demise, and that the figure of the numb, affectless spectator is in some way essential to the slasher's continuing emotional appeal. Arguing this, of course, involves complicating the model of fear that's become the template both for our understanding of cinematic fear and for our sense that fear is more generally incompatible with postmodern aesthetics. But as I will show through a rereading of Freud's classic essay, The Uncanny, this paradigm is by no means the only object for understanding the emotion. While the key through line of The Uncanny is an argument for a quintessentially modern model of fear as a response to the threat that the other poses to the subject's bodily and psychic integrity, the essay's suppressed dialogue with another text, Ernst Jentsch's On the Feeling of the Uncanny, offers us glimpses of a very different and quintessentially postmodern model of fear, a model of fear that may help us theorize a link between the screen and the kind of numb subjects that populate the film screen. Okay, so I'll start outlining, I'll start doing this discussion of Freud and Jentsch. So Freud's investigation of the specific affective nucleus of the uncanny draws initially, and perhaps most famously, on the term's complex etymological relation to home, or the Heimlich. I'll go down, where am I? Here we go. No. Yet this etymological discussion is followed and reinforced by an extended reading of a literary example, that of E.T.A. Hoffmann's dreamlike Gothic little tale, The Sandman, a twisted proto-surrealist coming-of-age story that centers less on its protagonist, Nathaniel himself, than on his endlessly displaced and metonymical anxiety, which fastens first on the nightmarish fairy tale figure, the Sandman, then on the malicious Coppelius, a family friend, and later, in his student days, on the barometer and eyeglass dealer Coppola, whose construction of a wooden automaton named Olympia precipitates both Nathaniel's figurative descent into madness and his quite literal descent into a convenient nearby abyss when he discovers her true mechanical status. What's important for our purposes, however, is that the model of fear that emerges from Freud's reading of the Sandman bears striking structural similarities to the basic cognitive appraisal model of emotion that organizes orthodox understandings of fear. As we've seen, according to Noel Carroll, what he calls art horror is a physiological response to the cognitive judgment that the monstrous other on screen poses a threat to one's physical or mental well-being. And similarly, according to Freud, the fear the story generates in its reading and in its readers can be traced, quote, beyond doubt, unquote, to the triplicate figure of Coppelius, Coppola, and the Sandman, and to the threat that they collectively pose to the eyes, whether through the Sandman's legendary status as a thief of children's eyes, or Coppola's literal production of ocular prosthetics. So this model, of course, in the case of Freud, is profoundly complicated by his insistence that the anxiety aroused in a reader by the Sandman's threat to vision exists in a substitutive relation to an ancient formative anxiety about castration. Yet the basic model of fear on which this reading depends, in which fear is a physical response to the belief that one is imperiled by a menacing other, is reminiscent of more familiar cognitive appraisal paradigms. And this might, of course, be the end of the story were it not for the fact that the model of fear Freud establishes here is so closely bound up with an earlier, far less stable model of the emotion. This is the model established by Ernst Jentsch in his 1906 paper entitled On the Psychology of the Uncanny, which Freud cites as the sole discussion of the uncanny preceding his own, and which also, significantly enough, deploys the Hoffmann story. Jentsch's argument, however, is quite different to Freud's. For whereas Freud ascribes the uncanny effect of the Hoffmann story to Coppelius, Coppola, the Sandman, for Jentsch, these fears coalesce around the mechanical doll Olympia. As Jentsch points out, Olympia's claim to human status is shaky. While seeming the height of feminine perfection, possessed of beautifully molded features, a shapely figure, and a voice, quote, like a glass bell, she also seems oddly inhuman, with a peculiar rhythmic regularity, it's another quote, in her dancing, and a, quote, stiff and measured gait. And for Jentzsch, it is precisely Hoffman's strategy of, quote, leaving the reader in uncertainty as to whether he has a human person or rather an automaton before him, unquote, that is the key to the story's diffuse anxiety. As Jentzsch puts it more generally, quote, among all the psychical uncertainties that can become a cause for the uncanny to arise, there is one in particular that is able to develop a fairly regular, powerful, and general effect. Namely, doubt as to whether an apparently living being really is animate, and conversely, doubt as to whether a seemingly lifeless object may not, in fact, be animate, unquote. In both cases, the anxiety turns on our failure to determine with any certainty the existential status of the entity before us, which thus oscillates unsettlingly between human and inhuman, animate and inanimate. Indeed, as Jentzsch goes on to make clear, the emotion's true object is not even exactly the existentially ambiguous status of the other per se, then the implications of this status for our own being. As Jentzsch puts it, our observation of these figures suggests, and I quote, that not everything in the psyche is of transcendental origin, unquote, and quote, that mechanical processes are taking place in that which we were previously used to regard as a unified psyche. I said that, unquote. So caught between the mechanical and the animal, the ambiguously animate other awakens in us through a process of kind of dreaded identification, latent doubts about our own claim to be a self-willed, autonomous feeling subject. As this comparative reading suggests, Freud's and Jentzsch's models of the workings of the uncanny can be opposed almost point for point. Perhaps most importantly, whereas for Freud, the uncanny rests on a belief that the other is directly threatening to us, likely to take out our eyes or even castrate us, for Jentzsch, the uncanny derives from the uncertainty about the animate or inanimate status of the other, which in turn leads us to doubt our own claims to qualities like sort of autonomy and spontaneous feeling. Importantly, Freud does not let this marked divergence between his own position on fear and that of Jentzsch pass unchallenged, repeatedly insisting in no uncertain terms that uncertainty as to whether an object is animate or inanimate, quote, is quite irrelevant, as he puts it, to the story's uncanny effect. Yet there are a number of moments in the Hoffman story itself that seem to quietly bear out Jentzsch's argument that it is Olympia rather than the Sandman who exerts the story's most potent uncanny effect, perhaps the most memorable of which can be found, paradoxically, in a scene that Freud enlists to support his own argument. This is the scene in which the young Nathaniel is caught spying on the nocturnal activities of his father and Coppelius, and in doing so glimpses, quote, human faces, visible on all sides, but without eyes, and with ghastly, deep black cavities instead. Bring the eyes, cried Coppelius in a hollow, rumbling voice. Gripped by uncontrollable terror, I screamed and dived from my hiding place onto the floor. That's the end of the quote. Alerted by Nathaniel's cries to the presence of the spying boy, Coppelius, like the fairy tale figure with which the boy has equated him, threatens to take out his eyes, announcing, now we've got eyes, a fine pair of child's eyes. In response, continues the narrator, quote, my father raised his hands imploringly and cried, Master, master, let my Nathaniel keep his eyes, let him keep them. As both Nathaniel's scream and his father's cry of protest attest, the scene is awash with an unspeakable dread that Freud predictably traces to the threat of castration, a threat figured first in the sight of the human faces without eyes, and subsequently in Coppelius's announcement that he intends to extract the boy's eyes. Yet this distinctively psychoanalytic reading of the scene's mounting horror depends on an illusion of the context in which the threat to the eyes takes place, a context in which the eyes seem, yes, less yoked metaphorically to the testicles than yoked metonymically to the hands and feet, as just one of a number of parts of the body that Coppelius has commandeered for some kind of obscure epistemological enterprise. It's worth noting, for example, that after relenting and allowing the boy to keep his eyes, Coppelius proclaims his intention of, quote, examining the mechanisms of his hands and feet, unquote. As the narrator recalls, he seized me so hard that my joints made a cracking noise, dislocated my hands and feet, and put them back in various sockets. Far more uncanny than the specific threat to Nathaniel's eyes, then, is the diffuse threat indexed in his Nathaniel's wholesale conversion into a veritable collection of spare parts, an inert, insensible object whose bodily members have become fair scientific game. While Freud seeks to suspend this metonymical slide between eyes and limbs by belatedly coding the unscrewing of the limbs as yet another, quote, castration equivalent, the language of, quote, examination in which Hoffman casts Coppelius's actions bear closer resemblance to the rubric of scientific investigation than to the rubric of punishment. In this sense, it seems clear that the unease that suffuses the scene derives not necessarily from the tropological link between the eyes, legs, and the penis, but from the symbolic oscillation between animate and inanimate generated by Coppelius's scientific inquiries into the production of life out of inert matter. Inquiries that inevitably throw up the converse operation, the treatment of living beings as insentient objects. Yet while the Hoffman story itself seems to reinforce Jentzsch's model of fear, it's Freud's own tireless effort to discredit Jentsch that finally ratifies the latter's convention that fear derives from doubt as to whether an apparently living being is really animate. To take just one example, consider the fact that Freud takes Jentsch's quite antithetical understanding of fear as a starting point for, quote, his own investigation, unquote, to the point of redeploying as his central text a literary example initially offered by his theoretical antagonist, ensuring that Freud's theory of fear as a phenomenon independent of the question of the numb, affectless other paradoxically originates in and as a reflexive recoil from a notion of a fearful subject whose emotions are bound up with a numb, affectless other. So there's this kind of sense in which he performs that kind of very recoil from or rejection or repudiate, kind of fearful rejection of the numb, affectless subject that Jentsch evokes. So I want to kind of, I'll just skip that, but I want to kind of explore the way this plays out in Scream. Graham, are you able to tell me how much time I have? Because because I'm sharing my screen, I can't see you. What was that? Was that 5 minutes?
Yeah, you have about 5 minutes now.
Cool. All right. Where are we up to? So there are sort of a number of little dynamics. So I want to suggest that what did I? No, I think I got rid of that. Okay, so there are a number sort of levels in which this kind of model of fear is coupled to or responsive to the kind of terrifying figure of the numb, affectless subject plays out. And one is simply through a kind of that sense of us as spectators recoiling from such a figure. And the memorable set piece in which Tatum is trapped in the garage with Ghostface offers a particularly precise illustration of this dynamic. And I'll play this. So given to making light of the events in Woodsboro that she decides to descend alone into the basement while the killer is on the loose. Tatum's the heroine's wisecracking gum-chewing best friend, Tatum, epitomizes the figure of the numb, jaded teen that circulates through Scream's critical and cultural reception. Even when Ghostface makes his long-awaited appearance in the scene, Tatum is impassive and imperturbable, and the dialogue that follows is a patchwork of movie references. "Is that you, Randy?" she asks. "What movie is this from?" she inquires drolly as she walks towards him. "I spit on your garage?" Yet whereas the film's critics have been united in assuming that Scream's character's relentless reflexivity and illusion forecloses a fearful spectatorial response, in fact, Tatum's amused knowingness only compounds the tension of the scene and the fear of the spectator. Indeed, her unshakable impassivity until right before her death has many viewers shouting at the screen, anticipating horror buff Randy's insistent exclamations at characters in an in-film screening of the slasher film Halloween, "Look behind you." This twinning of desensitized character and animated, fearful audience marks an exact reversal of the traditional logic of character identification, a logic spelled out in Carroll's insistence that in the horror context, the responses of the characters in the text tend to bolster and even cue the emotional responses of the audience. And Philip Fisher has offered a useful explanation of this reversal. For Fisher, where a text characters fail to model the expected audience response directly, they may invite what he calls a volunteered passion, where we feel something precisely because the other does not. And in many respects, this rings doubly true of Scream, where our desire to quote, supply the missing fear is amplified by the film's tendency to single out its most jaded, affectless characters, very particularly for punishment. Yet if Scream invites us to feel fear on behalf of the numb, disaffected subjects that it features, it equally invites us to take these subjects as fear's objects, transfiguring them into the genre's newest monsters. Replete with dead eyes, flat stares, and monotonous drawls, Billy and Stu, the two young men finally exposed as the masterminds behind Ghostface, are self-conscious embodiments of a millennial nightmare of, sorry, how can I make that play? There we go, sorry. Of teenagers, quote, turn psychotic by horror. Indeed, the film's marriage of monstrosity to media-saturated emotionlessness achieves a kind of narrative apotheosis when the pair's disclosure that they are the killers is brokered through the disclosure that they possess an unexpected knowledge of horror film. As Billy divests himself of the pretense that he is an anguished stabbing victim and reveals himself instead as a killer, the transition is marked and even defined by his quotation of Anthony Perkins in Psycho, quote, "We all go a little mad sometimes." So recruiting as its villains precisely those numb, desensitized young people that for most critics augur the exhaustion of the genre, Scream transforms this figure into the engine rather than the expiry of the slasher form and of the feeling that it produces. Beyond both our fear for and of this throng of jaded, disaffected characters, however, lies a fear for ourselves, as the emotional lure of Scream's comedic tone threatens to transmute us into precisely the knowing, affectless postmodern spectators it repeatedly punishes diegetically. Again, the scene with Tatum exemplifies this dynamic. The killer's farcical tumbles, skidding on a beer, sent flying by an opening fridge door, the victim of Tatum's flying beer cans, continually threaten to tip his air of menace into slapstick. And even when he has irrevocably established his serious intent by murdering Tatum, the ludicrously comic details of the murder, which see her severed mid-torso in the garage door cat flap, accompanied by exaggerated Foley noises to indicate squashed internal organs, make it hard for the viewer to resist assuming the posture of knowing amusement that got Tatum in so much trouble. Here, the numb, affectless subject serves as a point of dreaded identification, and if we do end up screaming in response, the scream is as much an effort to distinguish ourselves from them as it is a spontaneous, visceral cry of horror at them, as much a function of the definition as the expression of the feeling subject. So to conclude, this presentation is part of a broader project in which I'm seeking to recuperate postmodern aesthetics as an archive that, somewhat surprisingly, in light of traditional conceptions of postmodernism as icily emotion-free, could actively help us reconceptualize emotion in the context of an affective turn that has largely neglected both postmodernism and emotion in favor of affect. So I think I'll just stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Pansy. It was a wonderful presentation and extremely thought-provoking. And what it got me thinking about, and especially trying to contextualize it within the Metamodern, I never felt that postmodern was, say, empty of feeling. But what you were saying about Scream initially made me think about The Scream by Edvard Munch. right?
Mm.
And so you can see that as well in that distorted ghost-like face, those extended, that extended face has kind of strong parallels with that. But at least from that, it made me think about the modern sensibility and how that painting was not a celebration of the, say, existential dread or meaninglessness of life. It was lamenting it. And, you know, more postmodern feelings would be not a lamentation of the existential nothingness or whatever.
Mm.
It would be a celebration of it. And this, I think, connects well with Linda and Linda's presentation in the sense that if postmodernism produced this doubt about whether real meaning exists, people like the murderers in Scream will believe in anything, so they become obsessed with horror movies and find meaning in that, even if it's a very, you know, it's a very despicable type of meaning. But, you know, this is why people become, you know, converts, or, you know, they join cults, is because they're so desperate to believe in something that, you know, they'll do that. And it just reminds me of, you know, going back to the point that I do believe there is strong emotion in postmodernism, but it's the idea of that deafening sound of silence, or, you know, the lack of something still creates a very strong feeling. So you feel something is missing, if you get me.
Yeah, and I think I kind of try to think about the sort of the kinds of reflexive emotions that might encounter that absence in various ways. Because I think, I mean, whatever you might intuitively feel, conceptually, it's difficult to reconcile the two. So, and in addition to that, critics have repeatedly kind of just simply assumed that there just is no emotion, you know. So I think, so what I was trying to do was kind of think about how those emotion, like how we might frame or reconfigure emotions in order to accommodate precisely the kind of complexities that you're describing. So, and there are multiple ways, and they're less or like, so say, oh, what are some of the other ones, like bewilderment. Gosh, I can't even remember. It's been so long since I worked on, but bewilderment, I think, is something to do with occupying the position of an object rather than a subject or something. So I'm sort of basically, I think what I ended up doing was going through and thinking about each of the key kind of thematics or tropes of postmodernism, each of which in various ways posed a threat to that kind of cognitive appraisal model of emotion that is still very standard in psychology and in the humanities generally, and think about ways in which we could just tweak that model to kind of accommodate those sort of different features of it. And one of them is the loss of meaning, but others are to do with the death of the subject, or the kind of failure of interpretive certainty. And
Wonderful, Pansy. Thank you so much. So I will now pass. We have a few minutes for questions. So first, I will hand it over to the room. Feel free to ask Linda or Pansy a specific question or to expand on anything. And then we'll pass it over to our online group. So I'll just check the physical room. Hands have shot up, so I will pass it over to Sarah first, and then she can pass it on to Kim.
Thanks, Graham, and thanks both of you, Linda and Pansy. They were such great presentations. This is a question for Linda, or potentially more of a comment. I was so struck by your kind of thinking around Russell Brand as being a peculiarly metamodern figure. And also that category of spiritual but not religious, and perhaps other figures in popular culture that kind of fit into that. And it really got me thinking about this whole phenomenon around RuPaul and RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the whole narrative of that show is around salvation narratives, basically. So all the characters, you know, have come from difficult places, and the wisdom that is that comes from the host, RuPaul, is to love yourself. If you can't love yourself, you can't love somebody else. And it's very much coming from that kind of Eastern tradition, conquering the inner saboteur, but that you're already whole already, and that you just have to kind of accept that, and you'll find salvation. So I was just thinking about the success of that show and how it is actually in some ways, it's got such a strong spiritual message, but that it also encompasses these kind of fluid identities, obviously. Everybody's got multiple selves and multiple identities. And I guess it is a comment. I just think you're really onto something with that.
Oh, thank you. I unfortunately am not familiar with the show, so I can't comment on that, but I can definitely say that it sounds like a strong thing to say salvation narratives, because it sounds very religious, but the salvific runs through. It's hard to find something it doesn't run through. So you'd have to go to sort of, I don't know, I'd even be challenged probably to find that in a postmodern example, because we can find the through lines to, as we're talking about, I guess Graham mentioned the word lack, and that's certainly, this is off topic, but that's certainly something that the Buddhist and Advaita Vedanta non-dual traditions will really want to understand both sides of the term lack, but not find their way necessarily to nihilism. So that is off topic completely. But I actually was curious to ask you all, are you familiar with the term spiritual but not religious? Is that an identity category that would be familiar?
Yeah, it is. And you're correct that in Australia also our biggest growing category in our census is people ticking the no religion box. So
okay.
I think it's very similar to the US. Yeah.
I need to look at those demographics. I should have done that before today, and now I really want to. Thanks for your comment.
Thanks, both Linda and Pansy, for your presentation. Again, I'm going to direct this to Linda, but I think it actually ties in very well with Pansy's. Being somebody who studied Buddhism in the late 90s, and it was very uncool, and very sort of down upon to have kind of a spiritual undertaking. And now seeing how much the spiritual or the non-religious is now taking hold a lot more, and I'm seeing it especially in art cultures coming through. The occult, tarot seem to be doing a big resurgence. And I'm wondering about the frame of the pandemic, and are we seeing the seeking of the unknown or the seeking of the other as being kind of a counterbalance between fear, and the fear being the other and the fear being the virus? And is this supporting this resurgence in the spiritual? Yes.
Do you, let me see if I understood correctly. So are you wondering if the fact of the uncertainty of the last 3 years is lending itself to more spiritual identity?
I think, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's my interpretation, is that there is people are seeking something outside of concrete, or what we've been told has been the rational, and that there is a sort of a collective consensus that it's okay to do so, and it's now becoming a lot more in sort of in vogue or in kind of popular culture.
Okay, I can connect that to one thing, and it's going to maybe feel like a bit of a jump here, but I was watching a podcast. I believe it's called Still Processing, and it's New York Times, I think, is the sponsor for that podcast. And the two hosts were reflecting on the fact that we are making connections with people via celebrities revealing where they live. You know, we're seeing them in their living rooms, not dressed up to where they would have, you know, been in the studio. Maybe we can see their children running through the frame, or the way their books are sideways on the shelf, and all these sort of little affective, like little cues that the hosts were talking about, how it really feels like a connection to celebrity, to the ordinary in the celebrity, and a breaking down of some border there. And so I know I'm not quite on your question here, but I was really struck by it, because I thought, oh, I see what's going to happen. They're going to say that the pandemic ushered in the metamodern. That's going to be the conclusion. And I think somebody mentioned that yesterday too. I wanted to tee off of it, because I think that, you know, a lot of us have been saying that the metamodern has been ushering, so maybe Pansy will disagree on this one, but has been ushering back certain affective casualness, playfulness, ordinariness, for a decade and a half already now. But it's showing up. I do believe it is showing up in this post-pandemic culture in lots of ways. And I don't have anything more incisive to say than that. But anyway, I do appreciate thinking about it.
Pansy, I'll actually continue that question over to you, because what's really interesting is that the pandemic also really, you know, when you think about it, it makes, we have this fear as well as desire for other people. But it almost makes, you know, back before the pandemic, you go to a supermarket or a mall or whatever it was, and there would just be people, and that's how it was, right? But now that the fact that you're in those big crowds, those crowds become defamiliarized, and they become almost uncanny, right? So you really notice that people are there in a way.
Yeah, and I think there might be that's I think, I don't know, I'm just sort of thinking about the way that we, like when you're at your computer, because I think I'm just speaking personally, because you're quite often kind of alone with someone else, and there's someone kind of viewing you. I often find myself just checking that I'm not there's no one watching, you know, or that my camera's off, or that, you know, because you so often have those moments when you're so habitually kind of there with someone else that that being, you know, that kind of question of solitude versus not solitude is sort of, or the line is kind of less clear than it was. And so I think, and I guess that speaks to sort of the animacy of some of our, you know, or like a computer is kind of an inanimate object in a way, but then it's also a kind of vehicle for or channel to others. So it has that kind of status. But I think that, there are certainly lots of, I mean, and I haven't written extensively on the kind of uncanniness of technology, but I know that there's lots of work on that. And certainly I think the pandemic has sort of thrown up lots of examples of that, and our relationship to others. I'm not quite sure about the kind of encountering people in a supermarket example and how I would pass that, but it's a good
It was just really interesting that you mentioned it, and you know, drawing those connections.
Definitely,
Does anyone online, we probably have time for one more question online. Darius or Greg, would anyone like to ask another question? If not, we'll wrap up. Linda and Greg will again facilitate some online discussion while we have our lunch. So I'll just give people 10 seconds if they'd like to ask another question, or You can make another comment. Is everyone online okay with us making another comment in the room? Great. Okay.
Thank you. I'm just really struck with this notion of the other in terms of the unknown and fear, and also just a rise of what I'm seeing in the classroom is a rise of mental health concerns. And it seems to be this almost like a, you know, an otherly sort of that hasn't been able to be identified as yet. And I'm just wondering if anyone wants to make a comment about that in terms of the fear and in terms of that sort of, you know, walking in through that. I don't know, there seems to be a correlation possibly there with anxiety and mental health concerns.
Linda, I'm trying to think. That's a really good question. Thank you. Linda, do you have an answer?
Well, only that it really makes so much sense to me that people are mediating their experience through a screen versus, you know, kinds of comments that we've all thought about already, but mediating through a screen versus through the personal, it has to do something on a level that we're probably not that aware of and we'll be studying for some time to come. I'll see if I can think of anything else that comes to me, but yeah.
We're looking at the sort of Metamodernism sort of framework. There does seem to be quite a lot of oscillation, I think, between the sort of exterior and interior that people are really struggling, I think, to come to terms with in terms of that, you know, the supermarket analogy. And, you know, and I'm seeing that coming back into the classroom where people are really struggling to kind of be in that space, and that, you know, there seems to be that liminal space between being the comfort of the home and then the exterior.
Also, maybe to draw from I just thought of a connection from, I was just teaching the uncanny actually recently in a religion and monsters class. And we were also looking at Julia Kristeva's abject and that notion that things that things that are liminal, that are maybe are meant to serve a purpose but aren't serving a purpose, like an empty classroom, empty space that should be filled and should be fulfilling some expectation. And there's a lot of that not happening when things are shuttered. And so, yeah, that doesn't have a connection to metamodernism per se, but
yeah, that's a really good connection. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for truly glorious presentations. One thing which has just occurred to me, just as people were talking about these little spaces, they couldn't do it without a smile on their face. There is something intrinsically funny about this, and definitely calls to the other. And I think we're at risk of taking ourselves too seriously when some of these social and cultural affects should actually be treated with a sense of humour. It's like reading Joyce for the first time and going, oh, for Christ's sake, it's a joke, Joyce. Yeah, you know, there is a moment in here where the only sensible thing for us to do is to laugh our way through it. And that may seem like a thing to say, but it's anything but flippant.
Yeah, I think you have to laugh or else you'd cry type of thing. But anyway, so that was a fantastic panel. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. Apologies to you, Pansy. I
apologize. I should have double checked. And thank you so much for the invitation, Graham. It's been really fantastic to talk alongside you, Linda. Thank you for your talk as well.
All right. Thanks so much, guys. Linda and Greg, I'll leave it in your very capable hands, and we will break for lunch and come back in half an hour.
Okay, so welcome back everyone for our second session today. The theme for this session is theory, film and video games. I'll just quickly hop on the camera and say hi to our presenters. So hi Greg and hi Zebadiah. Angshuman actually can't be with us, so we're just going to play his presentation. He's recorded it for us, so that'll be the third one in the session. And as with the other paper sessions yesterday, it'll be 20 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions. So our first presenter is Greg Dember. And Greg is an independent researcher who writes on metamodernism in film, television, music, and in meta-theoretical terms. In 2013, he co-founded the website whatismetamodern.com, which catalogues metamodern artifacts across different areas of culture. In addition to his popular writing on metamodernism, Greg's work has appeared in various academic publications and conferences, including a talk titled Punk Rock for Sissies, The Return of Affect in Early 21st Century American Indie Rock at the 2019 Metamodernism Conference at Radboud University. Greg was also a co-organiser of the recent Seattle Metamodernism Summit. He has been interviewed for numerous podcasts on the topic of metamodernism. Greg is currently working on a book introducing metamodernism to the popular audience. He received his BA in psychology from Yale University in 1987, where he also studied literature and music. And the title of his presentation is Metamodern Oscillation Revisited. So over to you, Greg.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Here it is.
Yep, that's working. We can see that.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. This will be a speculative and theoretical talk about oscillation. The ideas I'm sharing are a work in progress, so I'm happy if people disagree with me or agree with me, but mainly I want to provoke a fresh and somewhat nuanced look at a term that is very much tied to our discussions of metamodernism. My talk is roughly broken into two parts. First, I will situate oscillation in my understanding of the general phenomenon of metamodernism, and then I will propose some distinctions about what I see as different types of metamodern oscillation and provide some examples from art and popular culture. So most of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with this quote from Tim Vermeulen and Robin van den Ecker's seminal 2010 essay, Notes on Metamodernism. Here they are describing metamodern cultural products as having a dynamic that oscillates across polarities of modern versus postmodern qualities. I certainly agree that what they have identified is an essential aspect of metamodernism, but I want to use this paper to remind us all that there's more to understanding metamodernism beyond this concept of oscillation, and then to also get more detailed about how metamodern oscillation actually works as I see it. So here are just some examples of how the term oscillation has been publicly associated with metamodernism, almost as if they are synonymous. If you're familiar with the Vermeulen and van den Ecker quote that I showed before, you're probably also familiar with Luke Turner's 2011 Metamodernist Manifesto, which became well known outside of academic circles because of Turner's association with the actor Shia LaBeouf in their work as a conceptual art team that also included Nasya Sade-Ranko. The manifesto includes 8 points, but it opens with a very grand statement about oscillation and closes with an exhortation to its readers that they should go forth and oscillate, whatever that means exactly. Of course, it has a somewhat tongue-in-cheek tone, which, while also taking itself seriously, which is indeed a metamodern combination. In any case, though, I think that this manifesto instructed many people in the world at large that metamodernism equals oscillation. Another example in 2014, what I believe was the first academic conference on metamodernism, and the organizers named it Oscillate. This 2021 article, pulled together by British chess master and now philosopher Jonathan Rowson, is a partially outsider's perspective on metamodernism, juxtaposing the thoughts of multiple thinkers, including myself, in fact. But the main chunk of thought is drawn from another article by philosopher Samuel Ledford, titled Against Metamodernism, in which he attacks oscillation after largely equating it with metamodernism. So I went back to Tim and Robin's original 2010 article to see how central the term oscillation actually was to it. I used a tool to get counts of concept words that occurred 10 or more times in the 10,000 word article. As you can see, oscillation and its variations occur 16 times in the essay, significant for sure, but lower down on the list than many others, such as postmodern, art, romanticism, irony, and architecture. And indeed, in the 2017 multi-author volume called Metamodernism, edited by Alison Gibbons along with Vermeulen and Van Denneker, surely oscillation is a big part of the thinking of many of the included authors, but nevertheless, the volume's subtitle emphasizes other terms: historicity, affect, and depth. So in the way Gibbons, Van Denneker, and Vermeulen have conceptualized metamodernism, along with their affiliated authors, there is more to it than oscillation. Meanwhile, it is also important to emphasize that not all oscillations are metamodern. To me, the oscillation in metamodernism involves a dynamic between opposing aesthetic sensibilities, not merely opposing beliefs or other sorts of opposite pairs, like, say, chocolate and vanilla. I consider it a mistake when people construe the balancing of opposing political positions as metamodern. That's really more of a postmodern multi-perspectivalism. Now, if you have an oscillation between that kind of non-committal, multi-perspectival sensibility and a modernist enthusiastic sense of convicted certainty, that would be metamodern, that oscillation between the multi-perspectival and the convicted certainty. That would be metamodern in my book. Now, it's also important to note that regardless of how central oscillation is to metamodernism, that when we observe oscillation between modernist and postmodern polarities in metamodern culture, at best, we are giving a what, not a why. We are describing the texture of the metamodern sensibility, but not offering an explanation for why postmodern has receded and metamodern has arisen to replace it, at least in part. Some have explained the move to metamodernism as being motivated by changes in societal conditions, that with the combined crises in the financial system, climate change ramping up, the radicalization of our political discourse, etc., we can no longer afford to be entirely glib and ironic in our arts and culture. That there is a need to fold back in the possibility of earnestness, enthusiasm, and universalism that postmodernism shied away from. Others have credited internet culture for the rise in the metamodern sensibility. While I believe that both of those are part of it, I personally think that the best way to understand the rise of metamodernism is as a response in both artists and audiences to an exhaustion they feel with postmodernism's negation of the self, and sometimes modernism's atomizing of the self. So my formulation would be that the essence of metamodernism is a conscious or unconscious need to protect the solidity of felt experience against the scientific reductionism of the modernist perspective and the ironic detachment of the postmodern sensibility, and perhaps also to protect the sense of the interior self from the destabilizing effect of chaotic contemporary societal changes. In any case, as I see it, that need to protect the solidity of interior felt experience is the central way I understand metamodernism, and I locate oscillation as being just one possible method among many for doing so. In other writing, I've proposed 11 aesthetic methods that may be found in various combinations in metamodern artworks. Oscillation is an important one, but not the only one. Though I don't have time in this talk to unpack all of these methods, if you're interested, I have an article that goes into more detail, and I'll put that link in the chat later too. Now, at this point, I want to take a moment and clarify that while I may be suggesting a slightly different way of explaining the metamodern sensibility, I still see myself as talking about the same actual phenomena as, say, Vermeulen and Van Denneker. Some people define the term metamodernism in their own way and are using it to refer to things that are very different from what most of us here probably have in mind, but I'm not doing that. I'm starting with the same empirical observations and just theorizing about them differently, and only somewhat differently. From what I've said so far, you may have the impression that I'm here to diminish oscillation or quote unquote put it in its place, but I will now show that that is not the case. In this section of the talk, I will give oscillation its due attention and nuance. I will suggest that there is not just one kind of metamodern oscillation, and I will offer a sort of taxonomy of 4 categories, each of which works in a different way. I have to give the disclaimer that I'm not fully happy with the labels that I've temporarily settled on, but they're what I'm working with at the moment. And to be more accurate, only the first 2 are actually oscillation. The other 2, braiding and juxtaposition, are other dynamics in which modern and postmodern qualities relate, but they don't actually involve the back and forth motion that the metaphor of oscillation suggests. So let me start off by naming them with the brief definitions, and then I'll go into more detail and give examples of each. Interpretive oscillation. The oscillation here is not in any sort of movement within the object itself, but rather it is in the audience's response to the object. As the viewer swings to, say, a postmodern pole in interpreting the object, the very logic of that reaction compels the viewer to swing back to a modernist pole, and then it reverses again and the cycle continues. Meanwhile, the object itself remains the same. Sequential oscillation, this is perhaps what you might be most likely to envision with the metaphor of oscillation, that the artwork itself includes pieces from both sides of a duality, and it switches back and forth between them in time. Braiding, in this dynamic, you don't have a switching through time, but rather you have a modernist thread and a postmodern thread, each running throughout the entire piece, usually a longer narrative work like a film or a novel, and each relating to and influencing the other, but also maintaining its own integrity. They don't cancel each other out or form a blend, but rather they coexist separately and exist in relation to each other. And then finally, juxtaposition. You have modernist and postmodern elements existing in the same cultural artifact, but there's no sense of movement between them and not even the kind of interrelating between them you would find in braiding. Okay, so now I'm going to give some examples of these. This is a painting that I just saw online recently and it struck me. If you think about it, if a painting involves oscillation, it kind of has to be interpretive oscillation, because paintings don't move or change across time. It would be the viewer who changes as they register the painting and seeks to interpret it. So I will share my own oscillating responses to this oil painting by Matthew Grabelski called Hello Kitten. My first reaction is to marvel over the fact that it is a painting and not simply a digitally altered photo. But then I realized, wait, I'm marveling over the photorealism of this painted image that is not realistic at all in terms of what it is portraying. Meanwhile, the cats are cute, and it makes me think about the permission I have to project my male gaze onto the faces of cats and kittens in a way that I would fear would be creepy with a human woman, especially one who is in a maternal role. And then I think, no, I'm overthinking this. It's just a visual joke on Hello Kitty. And then I think about the title, which is Hello Kitten, and how the difference between that and Hello Kitty evokes something more real and personal. Like when you say Hello Kitten, suddenly it's like you're talking about one specific animal being, not just the abstraction that Hello Kitty evokes. Meanwhile, what is going on with the man appearing in the window behind them? Is his image something that in real life would appear that way? Or is it an intentionally off, uncanny valley kind of thing? And is it meant to be a person looking in from the inside? Or is it the reflection of a man sitting on a bench directly across from the Catwoman and her kitten? And if it's a man sitting directly across, is it me? Does he represent me in the way I'm experiencing the painting and the way I'm sort of intruding on these people's lives? People, they're cats. And this is just a painting. A painting, it sure looks like a photoshopped photograph to me, but no, I'm told that it's an oil painting, and on and on. Each kind of interpretation that I go into kind of forces me back to an opposite interpretation. Is the point of the painting to encourage me to reflect like a postmodernist on the deception inherent in all visual reproduction, or is it a satisfying evocation of simple cuteness? Is it merely cute, or is it partially and covertly sexual? Or is it a commentary on the ambiguity of such categories? Or is it an artistically ambitious, optimistic exhibition of technical ability? Remember, it is an oil painting, as photorealistic as it looks. These oscillations between postmodern and modernist responses ultimately leave me with no choice but to simply revel in the intricate weirdness of being a feeling human being in 2023. I will give another example of interpretive oscillation, this time in music. This song by Jonathan Richman is from 1978, about 20 years prior to when we normally periodize metamodernism. But nevertheless, it's such a good example of interpretive oscillation, and so I will include it as proto-metamodern. I'll share a verse and a chorus.
Well, I'll tell you about myself now, the way I used to be. I used to blame the world, 'cause I got no affection. And it's lonely in the world, I suppose. But I used to be a snob. I'd say, oh, I don't have time for those people. And I used to say, oh, I don't have anything in common with those. Then I relaxed a little, and I met more people who just liked me. That gave me the courage to reach out and give. And that helped me to get more affection. And that helped me to live. So I say that people all over the world are good and people all over the world are bad. But if they keep on chickening out, they won't get what they wish they had, which is affection. And I
The
know
remarkable thing about this song is that it is so over the top in its earnestness that you have to take it with at least some degree of irony or sarcasm. He has to be poking fun at himself and mocking the idea that anybody would sing about affection in this way. And yet, if you suspend disbelief and take the song at face value, it's a poignant little gem that perfectly and compassionately sums up the kind of private inner experiences that many people have but rarely talk about. But then you remember that the guy is singing a song called Affection, and you go back to thinking it must be a joke. And it being a joke, and you being in on that joke, makes you feel less embarrassed to be earnestly moved by what he was singing about. This
That's
endless
5
oscillation
minutes.
between...
Sorry, 5 minutes to go.
Thank you. Okay. This endless oscillation between sarcasm and vulnerability ultimately flips the listener into a mind state beyond the paradox where it can be cool to be sentimental and meaningful to be ironic. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Okay. Bringing things back to the contemporary, this is a clip from a Billie Eilish song that I think exemplifies what I'm calling sequential oscillation. It's distinct from the last song. This song's oscillation happens in the artwork itself, not in the viewer's reaction. So you'll see a switch from an almost childlike sweet tone with chimes and acoustic guitar, a sympathetic attitude and warm tones in the video itself, to a raging, disruptive aggro tone evocative of the postmodern 90s grunge sound. So let's see if I can, okay.
When I'm away from you, I'm happier than ever. Wish I could explain it better. I wish it wasn't true. You call me again, drunk in your Benz, driving home under the influence. You scared me to death, but I'm wasting my breath, 'cause you only listen to your fucking friends. I don't relate to you. I don't relate to you, no, 'cause I'd never treat me this shitty. You made me hate this city, and I don't talk shit about you on the internet. Never told anyone anything bad.
The oscillation between tones allows for the expression of the fullness of the singer's interiority, not being limited by the doctrine imposed by either one of them alone. In a Metamodern version, in a postmodern version, their opposition might cancel each other out, each undermining the emotional reality of the other. But in this Metamodern version of the combination of these tones, they add, the emotions are additive. And now I'm going to talk about me and you and everyone we know. Miranda July's 2005 film, which she wrote, directed, and stars in, provides my example of metamodern braiding. The narrative is built around the efforts of a youngish woman named Christine to establish herself in the art world and to find a fulfilling romantic relationship. It's really two narratives, though. One is a disruptive postmodern story in which the characters do outrageous things like intentionally burn their own arm, involve themselves in inappropriate relations with underage people, and carelessly allow goldfish to die. The other story is a sweet modernist story of people learning about themselves and learning how to connect with each other. Both stories involve the same characters, and each runs as a through line throughout the entire film, wrapped around each other, but separate, influencing each other, but neither subsuming the other. Each narrative serves to protect the other from the distaste of viewers who are not on board with one aesthetic paradigm or the other. Snarky postmodern viewers who would potentially dismiss the uplifting version of the film as sickly sweet are reassured by the inclusion of transgressive elements that the filmmaker is quote unquote cool and has a nuanced, sophisticated take on things. Other viewers who would be repulsed by the shocking elements are ultimately comforted by the happy ending. Often, of course, the same viewer will be engaging with the film with both paradigms at the same time, and this may be the audience that a metamodern film like this best serves, people who are beyond the innocence of modernist, positivistic approaches to film, but have found themselves unsatisfied with the nihilist emptiness that postmodernism often ends in. Okay, I have one more example. My last example, this time to show metamodern juxtaposition, also helps remind us that not everything metamodern is going to be something we like or approve of. Pepe the Frog is a joking symbol that has been adopted by the American alt-right movement, which distinguishes itself from the conventional right wing by adding a playful sense of irony to the earlier generation's dry, stuffy conservatism. However, side by side with this irony is still a very serious mission to restore what they consider to be the rightful place of the Christian white male at the top of society. When I say serious, I mean both that it is serious to the people it harms and also serious to its adherents. As ridiculous as they seem to those who oppose them, myself included, they feel that they are on a supremely important mission. And in having inherited a sense of cringe from postmodernism, they need the irony part as much as the mission. As reactionary terrorists who also happen to have a metamodern sensibility, they can have both, which allows them to feel more like their true selves. Just returning to my point about the categories of postmodern and modern dynamics, I put this example in the simple juxtaposition category because there is no complicated oscillation or braiding going on here. You can have both. And I'd rather not end my talk on that image, so I'm closing with a scene from a Wes Anderson film just to change the tone. I hope some of my thoughts here were helpful. Thank you.
Thanks very much,
I
Greg.
can't unshare my screen. If you can.
Let me see. Can I do it? Stop participant sharing. There we go. Okay, so we'll open it up to a couple of questions. So online or in the room, if you just want to put your hand up and I'll call on you. Yeah, Sean.
Hi, look, thanks so much for that talk. That was fantastic. I I like how you ended on Wes Anderson, as you knew from yesterday. The question I have for you actually is on Wes Anderson. In terms of oscillation, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on in his films based on, you know, the examples you had from juxtaposition, braiding, etc. Where does Wes Anderson fit in for you?
I think, although I would think that with film, usually, if it's going to have one of these oscillation dynamics, it would tend to be braiding because films are so long and have so many parts. But I think Wes Anderson's films are often the first kind I said interpretive, in that, like, in any given scene, or when you take the film as a whole, you oscillate in your thinking, like, is this is he just having a lark? He's just having a sort of puerile, boyish romp, or is he saying something serious about the human condition? And it's as you sink into each of one of those or the other that you kind of forced back to the other. I'm saying that, but I'm not exactly sure if I even agree.
And the second part of that question, and the last one, is you've extrapolated extremely clearly and I think eloquently regarding oscillation. What are your thoughts of the term affect? Where does that sit in? And I'm saying that because when I'm in a film director mode, I look at oscillation and affect as the two primary motivations of where I take a character or don't take them forever. And I was just interested in your position on that. What were your thoughts?
I think that the oscillation enables affect. It creates a safe space for affect by not allowing one pole or the other to undermine affect. So the postmodern pole will tend to kind of belittle and mock and be snarky towards affect. And the modernist poles might tend to subsume affect into some kind of like overarching project or kind of bigger narrative rather than just the inherent meaning of the inherent affective meaning.
Great. Thanks very much for that.
Sorry, Graham. Sorry, there's someone online that I've just promised the next question to. So we'll go to Scout and then back to Graham.
Thank you. This one will probably be quick. So first of all, hi, Greg. Awesome presentation. Happy birthday. As you were sharing about the last two oscillation styles, I think one was juxtaposition, the other was braiding. I was reminded of your article, which you mentioned, 11 Metamodern Methods in the Arts, and you talk about metamodern pastiche there. And so I'm curious the relationship between, if there is one, metamodern pastiche and those last two, juxtaposition and braiding.
Well, I hadn't thought of these distinctions of these different kind of oscillations when I wrote that article. But I think it would be one of those last two. It could take either form. But I think of metamodern pastiche as pastiching two different, reference, and instead of them kind of undermining each other or calling attention to each other's limitations, like a postmodern pastiche might, they actually kind of prop each other up. They create a space between them for the affect or the interiority. And so just off the top of my head, that might simply be a juxtaposition. But maybe it varies from artifact to artifact.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Hi, Greg. It's Graham. I can definitely see the appeal of separating the oscillation into kind of subcategories. The question is, so at least when I'm looking at the oscillation, I would consider the interpretive oscillation as kind of proper oscillation, but the sequential is more, in my mind, the width. So the 2 points that it oscillates between. So just to use the example of that ad that I showed yesterday, the first part of the newsreel was the modern, whereas kind of the pastiche of, that the rest of the ad, which, was a bit 2001 Space Odyssey, it was a little bit Matrix, it was a little bit Planet of the Apes. That would be the postmodern element, the other point through which the two oscillate. So what, in terms of that sequential oscillation, how would you kind of, is that relevant, or does that factor into your ideas about the width and the 2 poles that or the 2 points they oscillate between?
What word are you saying? Weird? The what? Between the
2 poles, so the modern and the postmodern, so that it's the width.
width.
Yeah, W-I-T-H.
Oh, width, W-I-D-T-H. Okay.
So it's like, the with and between and beyond.
Okay. I don't think I understand the question. Sorry.
All right. So the sequential oscillation is within the artwork, correct?
No. Oh, yes.
Yes. So that's the Billie Eilish. So the first part of that music video was modern, and then the second was postmodern.
Yeah. So to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, so to speak, very simple. But those would be, I would think, the points that the rest of so if we're thinking about it like the frame, that's the first bookend, and then the postmodern is the second bookend, and the whole of the music oscillates between them.
Right.
Yeah. So all I was saying is that the sequential, in my mind, is more like a width than an oscillation.
I'm still not sure what that word is that you're saying, but I think I agree with you. I think they're all metamodern. All 4 of these are equally metamodern, but I think that the interpretive oscillation is like the most powerfully oscillative, if you will, or it's the most artistically genius, because you're creating a thing that itself doesn't change, but it has the power to make its viewers oscillate. And I think that
the
has more artistic sophistication to it than the others.
Yeah, so the sequential is more, in my mind, about form. So all the sort of things. But I'll pass it back to Sarah.
Okay, thanks, Graham, and thanks very much, Greg. And now we're going to hand over to Zebadiah. I'll just read a short introduction first. So Zebadiah Kraft is an ABD doctoral student at Indiana University of Pennsylvania, studying American literature and utopianism. His dissertation focuses specifically on zombies and the metamodern turn. He's interested in literature, film, and video games that depict the undead as more than just mindless creatures who only reclaim humanity or community after death. He believes this represents a shift in what it means to be in ever-expanding liminal spaces in late capitalist and ecological destruction. Zebadiah has worked for the last 10 years as a first-year writing teacher at the University of Alaska. His presentation is titled Felt Experience and Destructive Potential, the Zombie Post-Apocalypse. So over to you, Zebadiah.
Hi. Just to a bit of a warning. I'm not going to go through this part of this chapter. Talks a lot about the postmodern zombie and what kind of tropes and focus they had. But this talk is going to just sort of elide that and hope that you guys have that knowledge. If not, we could talk about it in the 5 minutes. But I just don't have time, so I'm going to go straight into it. And here we go. So the metamodern zombie moves beyond the focus on abstract systems or deconstructions and seeks to re-engage the lives of the lost people, like the people lost in the apocalypses of the present, even if those lives aren't the trope of the American dream or the valiant and therefore expected or worthy to be saved that we would have seen in postmodernism. And so the critical purchase to me of the metamodern zombie is in its ability to force recognition of difference, of small lives, and of the unheroic. To illustrate that shift, this section of my dissertation talks about the final season of the show Search Party, and I kind of give a little bit of an overview of some of the stuff the Search Party does in its 5-season arc. And the first 4.5 seasons don't start and have no indication that it's going to turn into a zombie apocalypse narrative. It's a big shock to the viewer if you watch the show. So it's a comedy series about a friend group who becomes obsessed with a missing persons case and trying to find their missing friend from college. And each season develops along well-worn genre tropes and systematically undoes them as it explores what it means to be a traumatized participant in 21st century life. Metamodern felt experience sort of drives the show, and it's what others refer to, including Greg, as the particular focus on how people living in something like the zombie apocalypse react to, embrace, or deny the traumas that they're faced with, commonly using hallmark cultural output as narrative vehicles in what Greg Dember really helpfully calls the metamodern constructive pastiche. So using the constructions of previous cultural modes and narrative backdrops, Search Party revels in reclaiming narratives of discontent and maximalism and enforcing sincere engagements with the ways in which the show exploits other texts to make sincere emotions come to the fore in unexpected ways. Broadly, such narratives of apocalyptic life come through as moments of affirmation because they're sympathetic to the reactions the characters have to their traumatic lives. Emotions are inherently sincere and deny the postmodern effort to close off or ironically defer feeling. And unlike in other non-metamodern zombie narratives, a particular interest is paid to the value of a life, even if it's infected or is a zombie or caused the apocalypse, while in the search for some semblance of happiness themselves, which is the case in Search Party. And the opposite's true, right? There are moments of seeming sociopathy that might exist in some these same characters, and in Search Party, that's like a major thing, is they're all basically sociopaths just trying to live their lives. And so their characters exist and we can still root for them without them becoming a villain, and their reactions to stimuli might be confused and reach in both directions at once, where there's a really deep feeling and there's this really questioning sociopathy. And I really like the phrase that James McDowell used where he says, there's this overarching tone of defiant affirmation, this commitment and sincere engagement in the face of an implicitly acknowledged potential for despair, disillusionment, or ironic detachment. A show like Search Party plays with these sincere engagements with people rather than with genre, and uses the genre to completely return to the characters that it's portraying over and over again. They use the expectation of a realist dramedy and turn it inside out in an exploration of what makes that kind of genre tick and what makes people tick. And so each season and monumental shift in genre that happens in Search Party recalls those constructive pastiches to allow the main characters to reclaim their lives and spaces within a traumatized landscape. The eventual zombie apocalypse especially undoes expectations for narrative conclusion through absurd oscillations between the epic and the tiny during season 5. Such oscillations are part of the broader shift in zombie narratives to exploring whether the apocalypse or being a zombie is in fact preferable to life in the system we live in now, which is in stark contrast to the postmodern zombie, where people were defending the status quo, defending the human life against the oncoming horde. So the final season of Search Party undoes any previous commitments the show had to basic realism and focuses instead on creating a drug to bring about total world peace through spiritual enlightenment. The main characters of Drew, Elliot, and Portia along with Dory, their cult leader, create a global sensation around Dory's death and her post-death enlightenment. They recreate her own experience of enlightenment in others. In order to recreate her own experience of enlightenment in others, she works with a tech billionaire, Tunnel Quinn, played by Jeff Goldblum, and her cadre of self-obsessed devotees to create a death pill that will allow others to become enlightened. The pill works by briefly killing the patient and using shoddy science to re-engage the brain's happiness quadrants as it comes back to life. Dory's disciples, hand-chosen for their internet celebrity and given names and uniforms that each match a color of the rainbow, become so convinced of Dory's enlightened state that they burn their faces with chemicals to become their color. And in a show of faith, they overtake the facility that they're creating the pill in and allow Dory to fulfill her premonitions and her vision for the future and for enlightenment for the human race. As the season progresses, it purposefully unravels its previous season's use of genre and makes a mockery of them at every turn, daring the audience to question the sanity of the entire project. The previous seasons explored shifts from true crime to noir comedy to horror to a psychological thriller. The first season, for example, is a drama about finding your friend who's gone missing. So it's a true crime drama. The second season is a murder mystery, trying to figure out who killed this person. The third is they find out that Dory killed this person, and now it's a courtroom drama similar to something like NYPD Blue or that 90s movie, My Cousin Vinny. They have a lawyer that's very similar to the character in that. The fourth season, Dory gets kidnapped by a serial killer, and she's in a basement, and it's just like this psychological horror. And then the fifth season, obviously, is a cult turns into the zombie apocalypse. And so it just really goes, what Thrillist, when it came out, said was frankly bananas in the final season. The only consistent aspect of the series is its commitment to the lives of the characters and to its darkly satirical mode. There are lengthy and ultimately empty plots of time-traveling conspiracies to save the world, of a psychotic adoption program that sends a child killer to live with Elliot and his partner, a cohort of adults who went through a horror remarkably similar to the ones the kids went through in the movie It, and who helped Drew try to discover Dory's secret escape from a mental hospital, how it came about. And of course, Portia becomes unhinged and in love with Dory and turns to Munchausen's by proxy to try to become her favorite within their disciples. So there are also, on top of all of this, anti-tech satires of Elon Musk types through Tunnel Quinn's character, and a lot of derision leveled at influencer culture and TikTok culture as the season progresses with her disciples. And these side plots and diversions explore the paths that could have happened to Dory and her friends, or the things that audiences might traditionally be involved or interested in as a plot for a show, but they become unnecessary. And the gang returns to each other for meaning. The plots are tossed aside without need for resolution of a single one of them. And the lack of conclusion to all these side plots and all of these things that are thrown in, like the kitchen sink, I think is the point of the show. As Search Party oscillates between epic genres and their denial, it reaches back to the central concern, seeing how these people live with overlapping traumas, how they absorb them, how they deny the power that they hold over them. So such a choice by the directors and writers seems to say that the grand narrative of previous eras is incapable of getting them through, of helping them grow or change, or of drawing a useful conclusion out of the manic world of Dory or her friends' lives. But as other metamodernists and texts have affirmed, the experiences of these four lives are the useful conclusion. Similar to the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, where Joy says that if nothing matters, then all the pain and all the guilt that you feel for making nothing of your life, it just goes away. Search Party, the crux of Search Party is the feeling of failure for no reason that drives the decisions of the characters. They feel like they're failing, but they don't have a reason for feeling that way. That's just the world that they live in and that we live in. And so acknowledging and dwelling in such a life for an extended period of time allows for explorations of a self-obsessed world that demands people make something of their lives based on long dead assumptions about what it even means to make something of your life. So Dory's enlightenment pill becomes the catalyst for all of these characters to fulfill their series arcs of self-obsession and a final refusal of the requirement to do the right thing, to grow, to as they say in South Park, to learn something, right, from their experience. As the episodes, which something I have to think about is they're all named for books of the Bible. I'm not a biblical scholar, so I would have to like play with that a bit, ask somebody. But they're all named for the book of the Bible. But as they progress, the pill's revealed to be a hoax. And Dory, when she finds out that she was conned by Tunnel Quinn, has her disciples create their own pill in secret. And naturally, that causes outbreaks of violent attacks because it's a TikTok scientist who comes up with the pill. And even though this is clearly going the wrong directions, Dory pushes through the noise and forms a cult happening where her disciples will ingest the pills that they've created in a ceremony at a retreat. But consistent with his character's narcissism, Elliot switches the pills for a placebo so that he can sell them to somebody else. And he mistakenly leaves one real pill in the ones that the disciples will eat by accident. And as the placebos fool the participants into thinking that they found enlightenment, and they begin to enact their enlightened state until the real drugs kick off and the yellow disciple turns into a zombie, goes on a rampage, killing most of the other disciples and other people at the happening, and starting the zombie apocalypse. As the disciples flee from this horror, Dory and Drew hadn't realized what was happening and had decided that since it worked so well, they were going to take the pills and they were going to take them to the city and give them out to the devoted followers. And that's the penultimate episode of the show. And from there, enlightenment quickly turns to excuse me, chaos in the form of a zombie horde of Dory's creation in New York City. The entire city and the world are overrun immediately by ravenous hordes, and eventually the four main characters end up in a quarantine zone in the apocalypse, and the show ends on their still self-absorbed discussion of missing persons on a vast wall of ID cards and photographs of the missing and dead. With such catastrophic results derived from the broad sense of anxiety, trauma, and self-obsession of the current cultural moment, Search Party engages the metamodern sense of feeling and manic turns of genre and expectation as it constructs a narrative of someone living within and accidentally creating a version of Vandenecker and Vermeulen's clusterfuck of world historic proportions that we understand as the fourth cultural turn to metamodernism. Search Party explores how the crumbling of climate, politics, interpersonal relationships, and a basic sense of life's purpose all contribute to the erratic nature of culture today. It's these overlapping traumas that infuse unlikable characters in Search Party and other metamodern zombie texts with an unexpected sincerity and keep us rooting for them despite enormous flaws. As Dory tells Drew when he tries for the millionth time to get away from her only to return, you keep thinking that if she does one more bad thing, they'll have the proof that I need that she's bad. But there's never enough proof, is there? Because I'm not bad. Convincing Drew and the viewer to stick it out and recommit to love despite knowing that it's actively causing the zombie apocalypse in its effort to find meaning in the world. We stick with the characters, we stick with the premise of the show, even though it unravels so horribly. So Dory and her friends fit a metamodern sense of feeling with more than a simply aesthetic resonance, helping instead to define metamodernism's oscillation between self-obsession and empathy, with rooting for the unheroic efforts of someone just trying and failing over and over. How much time do I have?
You've got 7 minutes.
Okay, that's lots. Okay, where was I? So Search Party is a show about the ways that we do not or cannot change in the face of monumental things. And so it denies our expectation as an audience that the characters will learn and grow and finish a transformation or find a way to get something out of their experience. That there is a life separate from or after the traumas that they've gone through. It denies those things. So Dory's initial trauma is the ubiquitous sense that the world is cold and lonely and grows from a creeping sense of disillusionment into a grandiose farce she creates around herself, leading to bigger lies and reactions until the zombie horde gets her out of any trouble by killing everyone that would find fault with her choices. The police, everybody. So her narrative in season 5 allows the metamodern sensibility of the show to unleash itself as Dory fully commits to the life she's created. The show's commitment to the premises it houses in season 5, that a sense of personal fulfillment and the experiences and lives of the main cast matter more than any apocalypse or epic plots, makes the shift from realism to zombie sci-fi work. The uniqueness of Search Party as a zombie narrative in the end is that it's a surprise outbreak that happens to the audience and the characters at the same time. Traditionally, one would go into a zombie series, film, or any other media knowing the premise before the characters themselves. We watch the characters learn what's going to happen to them, but we learn with them in Search Party what happens, that it's a zombie apocalypse that's happening to them over a 5-year span. That's a shock at the end. So there are no markers of the impending apocalypse until well into the final season. And it's the trauma-informed choices Dory and her friends make that garner attention and give us pause and allow this to work on us the way that it's intended to. And in deconstructing the expectation that it's social clout and the doing something with your life aspect that makes life meaningful, Search Party shows the world that created anxiety around required senses of fulfillment, also created people who will disregard all the signs and detrimental effects of searching out that sense of fulfillment. It comes as a surprise in the show when the world falls apart, but it really shouldn't. A group of pained millennials with savvy internet skills gain power and a large following in a world that seems hell-bent on a zombie apocalypse in the first place. So it kind of makes sense to me that that's what turns out in the show, right? That's where we're going in real life too. Just look at COVID. So with a total commitment to the experiences of Dory and her friends and their inherent value, Search Party pushes the viewer to the extreme limit of ironic detachment and continually pulls back to re-entangle and find meaning in the dissolving sense of reality born of the 21st century's focus on visible social media proven life. The final scene is in the quarantine zone with their 4 friends meandering New York, Dory and Drew getting married, Portia singing at the Met Opera House, just to the other 3, there's no other people, and passing walls of missing persons. The whole group considers moving because New York has gotten boring once everyone died in the apocalypse. And as zombies in the background are rounded up, they recall knowing them and cynically mock them. And Dory pauses, looks to the wall of missing persons and smiles knowingly in exactly the same way she did in the first episode when she saw the missing persons poster that started off the show. The moment is a reminder that these characters haven't and don't need to change, despite billions of dead people and in a zombie apocalypse that they are responsible for. They didn't learn anything. And the point is, there was nothing to learn, right? We were just there to experience their lives. And I'll stop there.
Wow, thanks, Zebadiah. I'm definitely going to have to watch this show. It sounds amazing. It's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll hand over to the audience for questions. If you're online, just put your hand up or in the room. Yeah, Graham.
Thanks, Zebadiah. That was great. It's always great to hear your take on zombies. It's always really interesting. Yeah, I'm a bit like Sarah. I'm going to have to definitely check out that season or that series. Is it ended with that zombie apocalypse? Is that
that's the end of the show?
Yeah.
There are 13,000 people in New York and 11,000 in LA, and I think that's about it.
Can you see any? I know your interest is on zombies, but can you see kind of parallels between other more contemporary TV shows? So I'm thinking things like Community or Rick and Morty, which kind of they go through a series, but every kind of episode would be it's like a takeoff of the Goodfellas, or there's a, like you said, during those seasons, there's a true crime and then a courtroom, and this is kind of replicated in Community and Rick and Morty. Do you see that as a because a lot of the time you could view those as postmodern, but they feel distinctly different, don't they, in terms of, you know, just what they're, I guess, what they're trying to achieve. Did you feel that those courtrooms were parody or pastiche, or do you think they managed to create their own kind of special feeling?
So I think that they create their own kind of special feeling. And I would say that's true in Community, which is one of the best shows that I've ever seen. And in Search Party, where Search Party, it's using those tropes, those genres, and those sort of callbacks to like postmodern pieces of art, films like My Cousin Vinny, etc. And doing something far beyond sort of the postmodern like deconstruction. Oh, my time's up, yes. Yeah, so there's the feeling, the experience of the characters, and the way that the focus is on the way they live their lives sort of makes the genre or the trope almost meaningless, right? Where, like in Community, for example, the episodes always have, you know, they're named after a class you might take in college, and there's one, like, for example, about Goodfellas, like you said, that it's an episode that sort of replays Goodfellas, but its replaying of Goodfellas isn't really important. What's important is the relationship between Troy and Abed, and it's hard to explain.
Yeah, it is really hard to explain, isn't it? But I was also sort of thinking, I might have to hand it off though if someone else has a question.
I think you're okay.
No? What was I going to say? So you said at the very end how it reminds me a bit of kind of Seinfeld, and how, you know, they all start really horrible people and they all end up really horrible people in the same way that sounds like Search Party does.
I don't think they are horrible people. That's the difference. I think in Seinfeld that they want that to be true. Like, they're not horrible in Seinfeld. They're just like, they're just people. But I think that there's, in Search Party, the difference is that the affect that they have, the level of care that they have for each other and for the experience that they go through is really like sincere, and it's very sentimental, and it goes from you know, these plots that I talked about to the reactions to them being just really, really, really affective and emotional and trauma based.
Yeah, so that's the interesting kind of point, I think. So it's worth, you know, punctuating that idea. So you say they kind of, I just gut from what you said, it's like, you know, they just stay the same as they did at the start, but it sounds like they had a lot more relationships and care for each other, whereas Seinfeld, or let's say Always Sunny in Philadelphia, they are kind of bad people who you know, but
I just hesitate to call them bad people. They're not great. They literally murder 2 people.
Yeah, they don't.
They adopt a vanity child who's a serial killer. Like, they're not great, but that's not the feeling that you get watching the show. Like, you're still invested in them, even though they've done these horrible things, like knowingly create the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, oh, it's interesting.
Excellent. Boy, zombies, what are you going to say? They are the most mindless creatures in Christendom. And so to imbue them with any humanity is, in a sense, to imbue Seinfeld's characters with some sense of humanity. Yeah, the final episode of Seinfeld, where he actually played out on the audience the great joke, which was, you like these people, don't you? And these people are horrible. They are horrible to one another. They are horrible in their being. Yet you like them. And why is that? Is that because you're closer to being them than you are to being a good person? Now, is that true of these zombies as well? Are we going, the zombies here actually have some desirable attributes, and should we try to be more like them?
I think in the metamodern zombie, that's the focus of my dissertation. Yes, absolutely. That's the shift, is that the zombie is the preferable being to the human. If you look at something like The Girl with All the Gifts or Santa Clarita Diet or The Last of Us, the infected people are the people who are preferable to the current human being. It's very selfish, very capitalist, very
and redeemable as well.
And redeemable, yeah.
Because it's the main characters in those sort of TV shows that lose the humanity. Those are the people who become evil within the context of society and culture to survive, or like even in the road. Yeah.
Yep.
Fascinating.
Okay, well, we'll have to leave it there, but thanks very much, Zebadiah. Our last presentation, we are just going to play a recording of. So, Graham, would you be able to set that up? And I'll just read the little bio I have here for Angshuman. So, Angshuman Dutta recently completed his postgraduate degree at the Department of English, Jadpura University.
Hello.
His research interests include psychoanalysis, visual culture, and game studies. Angshuman's work has been published in a number of anthologies and journals. He also has a deep interest in filmmaking and occasionally creates short films. He is currently a senior video games journalist at Sportskeeda. His presentation today is titled Marking the Oscillation, Disco Elysium as a Metamodern Work. Unfortunately, Angshuman was unable to present live. However, he was kind enough to send a recording of his presentation and indicated he would welcome any feedback on his presentation. So I would encourage those who would like to provide some to contact him directly, and Graham can provide an email if you'd like to get in touch with him.
I just want to make sure that people can see that screen. Is that okay?
Yes. I would like to take a moment to thank the organizers for allowing me to present my paper here, and I apologize for not being able to do so live. I'll begin. Zaum's 2019 role-playing game Disco Elysium lets players control an amnesia cop, Harry DeBoer. The game employs the basic mechanics of attributes and skills which can be affected further through clothing, which can determine the decisions or dialogues of the player at times through the success or failure of the roll of dice. These skills, representing various facets of Harry, have their own personalities and utilities, which will often chime in choruses during conversations, or as monologues or simple musings. More often than not, these don't actually help the player outright in actions or in conversations with other NPCs. At the beginning of the game, Harry wakes up from a drunken bender in a trashed hotel room in the district of Martinez in the city of Revacol, which is still recovering from a war that took place decades earlier. The game world showcases the great schisms of early modernity, political revolutions, class struggle, and urban strife, as Gecker and Joseph notes. The world of Elysium has four main ideologies: communism, fascism, moralism, and ultraliberalism, all of which the player will come across and can align themselves with. The city was earlier ruled by a sclerotic monarchy, which was overthrown by a commune, which was later attacked and destroyed by an alliance of the moralist capitalist nations known in game as the Coalition. They now govern the city. During the course of the game, in which the narrative is non-linear and often traverses sideways or even nowhere at all, players will not only attempt to reconstruct the self of the protagonist from the branching dialogue trees and skill checks, but also reconstruct the fragmented identity of Revacol. The primary goal of the game, that remains unchangeable through the various playthroughs that players can engage in, is to investigate a murder that has happened. Beyond that, different points and different skills allow for new interactions dialogue options, and realizations that one may have missed in their previous playthrough. Although the prevalent opinion towards the game upon its release was to note an existential crisis and the apparent postmodern critique ideologies, the game rather, I feel, goes beyond a simple critique through the lens of postmodern sensibilities. Things are rather taken off into their absurdist extremes in Disco Elysium. It showcases characters with political ideologies contrasting others, but yet being intricately linked to the world of Revocol and those around them. The grim, grotesque world of Disco Elysium is connected through emotions and relationships that of Harry and his ex towards his partner and with the world at large. Rather than being postmodern sensibilities, this is much more akin to the notions of metamodernism as conceptualized in the 2010 Notes on Metamodernism by Timotheus Vermeulen and Robin van den Eckhart. As an emerging cultural sensibility that should be situated epistemologically with postmodernism, ontologically between postmodernism, and historically beyond postmodernism. They characterize their understanding of the metamodern sensibility as being rhizomatic rather than linear and open-ended instead of closed, much akin to the narrative-driven games with branching storylines like Disco Elysium. The meta refers to Plato's metaxy, referring to the cultural trends that they and others have identified of oscillation between the opposite poles of modernism and postmodernism and going beyond them. Drawing a sharp distinction between the metamodern sensibilities of both neither and postmodern tendencies of neither nor, they write, indeed, both metamodernism and the postmodern turn to pluralism, irony, and deconstruction in order to counter modernist fanaticism. However, in metamodernism, this pluralism and irony are utilized to counter the modern aspiration, while in postmodern they are employed to cancel it out. That is to say, metamodern irony is intrinsically bound to desire, whereas postmodern irony is inherently tied to apathy. In his 2018 article titled After Postmodernism, 11 Modern Methods in the Arts, Greg Dember situates the notion of quirky, borrowing from James McDowell, as a characteristic pointing towards metamodernism. He states, in a sense, as we see it, quirky can be thought of as a particular sort of double frame that encloses a single character instead of an entire narrative. The eccentricity is the outer frame, which with its adamant irreducibility prevents irony from dissolving the inner frame, which is the character's emotional truth or felt experience. Harry Dubois perfectly encapsulates Dember's quirky, while the narrative of Disco Elysium as a whole focuses on the aspect of emotions and relationships. The paper attempts to show Zaun's Disco Elysium as a metamodernist novel through its unique blend of genres and mechanics, the multiplicity evident in its rhizomatic narrative. The story of the game is filled with the archetypes that are found in various genres of literature, of the hero, of the deserter, of the failed revolution, of the jilted lover. The postmodernist distrust of any grand narrative and of a coherent self is apparent, yet the narrative subverts that by allowing players to reconstruct through relearning the history of Revocol and the world of Elysium and the past of Harry. A player commenting on Reddit goes as far as to say that the only book that comes close to what Disco Elysium will read like as a novel is James Joyce's Ulysses. Much like a heap of broken images, the world of Elysium is threatened by an imminent economic collapse or an ecological disaster, and yet the protagonist is not able to change much at all at the end of the game. The academic conversations regarding Disco Elysium have yet to look at the concepts and narrative trends against the backdrop of this notion. Aspects like the various voices speaking in the protagonist's head, intermingling of genres, the double framing of the world of Elysium outside and that of Harry inside, the quirky nature of the detective and the constructive pastiche marks the textual space of Disco Elysium, a ripe study as an oscillating example of metamodernism. Broadly following the concepts of this emerging sensibility and Greg Dember's metamodern methods in the arts, I will seek to situate Disco Elysium as an exemplary example of metamodernist cultural narrative in the realm of storytelling in video games. Alistair Brown, in the 2013 article aptly titled Are Video Games Narratives Postmodern, makes an important observation while talking about the medium of video games and the postmodern sensibilities. Starting with the postmodern notion of grasping the text as a game, Brown questions if games should be broadly considered postmodern because of certain structural features, namely variability and unpredictability, the blurring of subjectivities between embodied player and virtual avatar. He posits games as a unique cultural product which refuses to be categorized between distinct styles and formal qualities, which leads one to judge one artifact as modernist, another as realist, and another as postmodernist. But, and this is an important part, video games cannot be subsumed as a more postmodernist product simply because the structural features present within the medium because of the differences that exist among each game. With Disco Elysium, this beyond from postmodernism becomes distinctly evident. It is not to say that all games after Disco Elysium have been metamodern narrative or features, but rather that Disco Elysium showcases the unique oscillation that characterizes this emerging sensibility of metamodernism and thus the possibility of the medium to further it. For my study of Disco Elysium as metamodern, I would focus on two aspects of it, the world of Revachol and the character of Harry Dubois, and the mechanics of thoughts and skills. I would use two metamodern methods listed by Dember, the constructive pastiche for the former and the notion of the quirky for the latter. Through analysis of each of these, I would try and show that which characterizes the metamodern understanding, oscillating between a modern enthusiasm and a postmodern irony, between modern commitment and markedly postmodern detachment, between naivety and knowingness. Dember posits constructive pastiche as a method that is constructed in the postmodern episteme, but that finds a different meaning under the new sensibility. Whereas in postmodernism, pastiche was dissociative with elephants being pitted against each other to elicit an absurd amusement, metamodernism is characterized by constructive pastiche. The latter uses disparate elements to create a space inhabited by felt experience that is not at home in either element on its own, allowing a work of art to bring into it the kinds of cultural combinations that people experience in real life in spite of conventional divisions between them, as Dember puts it. Disco Elysium's Revachol is an excellent example of such. Critics have been quick to point out to Calvino's invisible cities in discussions about Revachol and the way it has been narrativized and designed. The erstwhile capital of the whole world of Disco Elysium is now governed by a coalition of various nations. It was the stage of a successful communist revolution known as the Anti-Centennial Revolution, which was interestingly sparked by a pandemic against the royalists. Their victory was short-lived as the coalition forces stepped in, decimated the commune, and established a zone of control. Unlike other RPGs that feature massive open-world maps, the primary setting of the game is the district of Martinez in Revachol. The enormity of the map is not horizontally in vast expanses of open space, but vertically in the histories that affect the city and the scars that they have left on the city and its inhabitants. The developers have fleshed out 50 states in the world of Elysium with 8,000 years of history, but the vestiges of these pasts are felt in the present. Much like Calvino's Marco Polo seeing different cities of Venice, Revachol is one such place that houses various versions of itself in a layered existence, not in a contrasting, incongruent pastiche, but one that reflects a space of felt experiences. This is beautifully depicted in the relationship between René Arnaud, a fanatical royalist, and Gaston Martin, an opportunist and the arch-rival of the former. The bickering old men of contrasting opinions spend their time quibbling and playing pentake. The royalist from a past long gone by does not feel out of place in the 51 of Revachol, nor does the relationship with Gaston feels out of place. The architecture of the city also showcased this metamodern pastiche, as the developers stated that they looked at the Caribbean colonial architecture, Paris, the libertarian chaos of 1990s Eastern, and its disregard for urban planning. Himpier, one of the developers, says it's these unorganized shanty town aesthetics that define Martinez, a city of ruins of a commercial complex which become modern dungeons, and an old wooden church becomes an entire quest line. It's a mix of two 70s, the 1870s and the 1970s, sharing a similar soul of hemiplegia or paralysis that Joyce found in Dublin. Revachol works as a microcosm, replete with nuances of everyday life, of politics and breaking down of structures, the margin threatening to overcome the center, and the irremediable pangs springing from the loss of love and grief. At one point in the game, the city speaks to Harry through the skill of Shivers, one of the most unexplainable voices in the game, which is speculated to be the uncanny connection between Harry and the city. This is a hard interaction to get hold of, as players will have to invest in the Shivers skill. She speaks of herself and tells Harry she is afraid of death, but 22 years later, she will be wiped out by an atomic bomb. Her final words are, "I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you." Disco in the title refers to various meanings of the word. The disco music as a great supernova that burned as quickly as it did brilliantly before flaming out, being shown in the eccentric clothing choices of the protagonist, and the Latin meaning of the word, quote unquote, "I learn." Joining the Latin translation with the second part of the title, one gets I Learned Elysium. The game is indeed an exercise in learning about the city of Revachol and the world of Elysium. Rather than being a dystopic city, Revachol is a city that is surviving, even if barely. Not only do different eras anachronistically survive together, but also different ideologues, political or otherwise. Revachol is a dying city. The specters of its violent past hang about it, in its stories, in its people, in the architecture, while it is being threatened in the future by an ecological disaster. The world of Elysium is made of small isolas that are separated by the ecological phenomena known as the Pale. It is a miasma that is difficult to navigate, that affects space and time, plays with the minds of humans, and will slowly envelop the city in the future. Yet Revachol lives on, even in an act of futile hope. The player-controlled protagonist of Disco Elysium has quite a few nicknames and aliases that he goes by and identifies himself with. Raphael Ambrosius Kostov, Firewalker, Krasmazov based on Karl Marx, and Tequila Sunset being some of them. The last one is what he calls himself after an amnesia-inducing drunken bender to a group of alcoholics, as one who will quote-unquote break the looms of reality. The game's branching dialogue option and exceptional writing allow this protagonist and thus the player to align themselves with a number of different ideas and notions, right from near the beginning of the game. Upon talking with the manager of the Worldling in Rags, players will have the option to proclaim themselves as a feminist who wishes to quote-unquote decapitate the XY chromosome hegemony. These are the choices that players can choose to engage in, which can lead to certain thoughts being unlocked and the option to internalize them. Each step often opening, closing multiple others, informing the game narrative that the player is both reading and writing. The very first choice of customizing the various skill points of the detectives while starting a new game provides the opportunity for the player to create a detective their very own, a tabula rasa self, characterized by naivete that is marked by a distrust towards reality and one who cannot be trusted themselves for their ability to narrate. As one continues in the game, the detective's nonchalance towards authority is apparent. He goes as far as to kill himself to demand respect. The game does an exemplary job at subverting the expected stable, rational, authoritative masculine selfhood in the figure of the detective, as Ceriello and Vela notes in their 2021 article. The cacophony of voices from the choices that players made within him represent a polyphonic structure within this fragmented ludic self. The mechanics of the voices and the resultant thought cabinet where discovered thoughts like inexplicable feminist agenda, homosexual underground, and Mazovian socio-economics creates is a postmodern commentary on the creation of identity, and one that is done uniquely through the multifaceted dialogue options that are dependent on the player's gameplay choices. Yet, Disco Elysium does not champion merely or just only a postmodern protagonist. The character does have a name, one that his mother gave him, and a title designation to situate him in the hierarchy of the world he belongs to. Lieutenant Double Yfritor Harrier Harry Dubois. No matter how much he wishes to forget, there is a history that has brought him to the point where the game began and thereafter. Harry Dubois was born in the last year of the Revachol Commune. Growing up, he was a part of a delinquent street gang. During his 20s, there was a period of excess and affluence which led to the birth of disco, which Harry became a fan of. Before joining the Revachol citizen militia and becoming a cop, he was a gym teacher. On the force, he has an exceptional record with an impressive ratio of solved cases. To cope with his caseload, he invested himself heavily in drugs and alcohol. The driving impetus behind his current nihilistic drive is when Dora Ingerland, his fiancée, leaves him and moves away. She was tired of hoping and believing that he can be better. One of the most poignant and emotionally appealing sequences in the game is when Harry is able to call his ex through a payphone near the fishing village by passing a skill check while calling random numbers. The player gets to call her a couple of times as a number of dialogue options open up, betraying the inherent lack of warmth, love, and comfort that Harry desires. All that is slowly unearthed in conversation snippets with other NPCs who know Harry and his own mind, even to the extent of a dream sequence where the player sees him meet Dora. While the former source allows the player to trust what is being told, when it comes to Harry, one is not sure if his mind is telling the truth or playing tricks. Truth is indeed unreliable, but Harry displays an inherent hope, futile as it may be. He screams he does not want to be the kind of animal he is. During his alcohol-fueled thrashing of his hotel room before the game began, and he wishes to do at least a little good to the city of Revachol in hope for a future where the city reconstructs itself. This can be seen what Vermeulen and Van den Acker characterize as the current generation's attitude of quote-unquote informed naivety, pragmatic idealism. One of the 11 methods of Metamodern, as jotted down by Dember, is quirky, borrowing the term from McDowell and his timely study of the quirky in cinematic Metamodernism. The quirky characters, Dember states, acts on two levels. The first being that the eccentricities of these characters showcase something beyond the norm. The second being that these characters involve a double frame with the adamantly irreducible eccentricity as the outer frame, and the emotional felt experience of the character as inner. Harry is one such character. Furthermore, even with the futile hope of change, the protagonist of Disco Elysium, unlike heroes of other popular RPGs, does not bring any meaningful change to the world. Harry does not save Elysium. The world of Revachol and the life of Harry are filled with deep-rooted festering issues that result in perpetual pain and anguish. Both embody loneliness and longing. Disco Elysium evokes a sense of what the developers call elitical. It is hope and despair walking hand in hand. It's the shadow of utter annihilation, waiting in the wings next to the unshakable belief in the greatness of humankind, as Hinberg puts it. Disco Elysium is not trying to be the same as the traditional novel. We may get a glimpse of what such an endeavor might be once the translation of one of the developers' book, Sacred and Terrible Air, arrives. Disco Elysium is neither trying to be the same as traditional RPG. Disco Elysium manages to be a cultural product of its time, the nuanced political ideologues and economic condition. The narrative showcases that everyone believes in some sort of ideology, and players can take Harry down a number of different paths: a nationalist, a racist, a communist, a fascist, a moralist, or simply go about in search of cryptids. Kunzelman, in the 2019 article Disco Elysium is a landmark RPG about the politics of our broken world, notes that the game's reflection of the growing dissatisfaction with neoliberal capitalism. The working class update of the game, where the developers decreased the hardware requirements of Disco Elysium, thereby allowing more players to engage with it, furthers the game's exploration of class struggles and the notion of labor. This is beautifully encapsulated in the optional storyline of the working class woman. While one may consider annoying the lady with dramatic questions to an attempt at humor that the story often allows, players will soon find the sad demise of her husband and would have to pass on the news to her. The writing portrays the struggle of this working class woman coming to terms with her husband, who was now a working class corpse, and the player is forced to come to terms with a situation they did not expect and the poignancy of which is suddenly thrust upon them. The detective's partner in the game will wake him up during the course of the play with a soft reminder: sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. Although having a soft spot for a left-leaning playthrough, the game never crosses over to simply preaching one over the other without any nuance or stance. The Metamodern in Disco Elysium can be seen in various ways in multiple places at different points during the playthrough. I've tried to point to some of them and posit that the narrative-driven video games are uniquely poised to evoke this emerging Metamodern sensibility, both through the possibility of engagement in the writing and the uniqueness afforded by the medium. One such moment in Disco Elysium comes during a subplot or a side quest. Harry helps 3 kids set up a nightclub in an abandoned church. The building houses a 2mm hole into the pale, which is being studied by a computer programmer / scientist. There is also a drug-addled person living in the church. Once the club is set up, the setup finally has 4 speed freak rave kids, 2 cops, a scientist, and a homeless man, creating a technique to try to hold off the end of the world with dance, music, and joy. Disco Elysium beautifully portrays the oscillatory movement, equally of despair and hope, that characterizes the common person of now. Thank you.
Okay, so we've gone a little bit over time. So I think, Graham, should we just go and get a cup of tea and come back? Just take a 5-minute break and we'll start again at 2 o'clock for our last session.
All right, everyone, we will, I think this is, hello? We will start up. Thanks for joining us for our last session. I will introduce Associate Professor James Brown, who's ready to go. James is an Associate Professor of Architecture at UMA University. Is that correct, James?
We make it tough. The architecture school is UMA, so we call it UMA, and the university is UMIO.
Well, there you go. He's the co-editor of a forthcoming Architectural Thinking in a Climate Emergency, the co-author of the forthcoming Learning with Wood, Timber Design Build in Architectural Education, author of Mediated Space, The Architecture of News, Advertising and Entertainment, and co-editor of A Gendered Profession, The Question of Representation in Spacemaking. With the support of the Kemp Foundations and postdoctoral researcher Francesco Camilli, he is currently researching the role of timber in live projects and design build in architectural education. Today, James will discuss the playful provocation that there is no such thing as metamodern architecture. Thank you, James. Over to you.
Thanks, Graham, and thanks also for the smooth organization of this. You've made it super easy for me to get out of bed at 3 a.m. and join you. And I'm sorry to everyone I've slept through. I'll catch up later. And thank you for the introduction. I'm very sad to miss the next event in this series in Jyväskylä. That's the first, probably the closest the network has ever come to Umeå. But unfortunately, it clashes with something very important in our school, so I can't be there. And I mentioned Jyväskylä because I was there last summer with a traveling workshop of 12 architecture students as part of our summer course. We were studying the work of the Finnish architect Alvar Aalto and his two consecutive wives, Eino and Elisa. Jyväskylä is probably one of the best places to go to see the work of Alvar Aalto, and he designed the campus of the university. And you can take a bus ride quite easily out of town to the south of the city, where you find the stunning Seinäjoki town hall, and also a little bit further on, the Muratsalo experimental house. So cool because Aalto claimed that it was a work of research and not actually his summer house, which the Finnish tax agency never really believed him on, and he never was able to write it off. So I encourage you to do those things when you are there. Last time at the Seattle event, I spoke about some of the research I've been doing into understanding tall timber towers here in Scandinavia. Now, whereas that paper was driven by my research here in Umeå, today's paper is driven actually by my teaching. It draws on some of the themes that emerge in my teaching of synoptic history and theory of architecture courses. I had a sort of panic this morning that this is all sort of undergraduate level stuff, and actually maybe the reflection isn't yet there on this paper, but what I want to do is to talk a little bit about how we teach the history and theory of architecture to our students, and maybe why metamodernity has yet to touch this field. Notes on Metamodernism back in 2010 kicked off more than a decade of debate, with the argument that the titular structure of feeling might best be expressed by the neo-romantic turn of artists like Bastian Ader, David Thorpe, Kay Donachie, Michael Gondry. We've heard about some of the other artists who fellow speakers are talking about, but also specifically in that paper, the architects Herzog and Dember. Yet the contribution of architects to this field really lags behind those of other creative and artistic disciplines. When I started writing this paper, I idly compared the Google Scholar search string for Metamodernism and art, more than 3,300 results. Metamodernism and architecture was only about 1,000 or so, and most of those are not about architecture. They're just papers that use the word architecture to describe other structures and things like that. So yes, Graham correctly read the paper as abstract to say this might be playful. I don't know if I feel playful at 4 in the morning, but the idea is to speculate that there may not yet be such a thing as metamodern architecture just yet. So professional architects are expected to have a commanding knowledge of the history of their profession and significant works of architecture that represent most of human history. I only get 5 semesters in our undergraduate program and a total of 25 credits to deliver a synoptic history of architecture that goes pretty much from caves to skyscrapers. So time is really limited. Within that, I do, however, place a great deal of importance on teaching students about the historiography of architecture. The history of architecture is as much about the history of the architects who wrote it And a spoiler alert for everyone here, they're mainly white men. In the 20th century, there emerged two dominant styles and languages of architecture, modernism and postmodernism. And while these terms were interpreted very differently in architecture to visual arts and literature, let's say, their dualism in our discipline became cemented in the historiography of the discipline in a particularly diametric way. In the words of the British architectural historian Adrian Forty, when architects talk about history, it is always contentious and frequently confusing. That history became a problem was primarily an effect of modernism, one of whose principal distinguishing features was widely assumed to be the elimination of everything to do with the past. So I want to consider a couple of architectural books, two manifestos for the modern and postmodern eras, and one that mediates between those two. Charles-Édouard Généré, who adopted the nom de plume of Le Corbusier, stands tall over the history of architecture and urban modernism. And that's not just because of his built and unbuilt projects, but also because of his prodigious and eloquent writing and public speaking. And in fact, these on the left are two really, really highly recommended books that talk about Corbusier not as an architect, but as a public speaker. The first is by Tim Benton. And then Christine Boyer's really seminal book about his letter writing and his drafting and his process of being a writer. He actually identified himself in his identity card not as an architect, but as a man of letters. Corbusier was an architect who understood the power of marketing, and much of his architectural legacy is derived from those lectures, from magazines, from books, and also the photography that he used in the 1920s and 30s to promote his principles of modern architecture. This is the Villa Stein in Garches. It's quite a famous photograph that Beatrice Colomina and others have written about. Not just quite a modern building with these linear strip windows all around the edge of the building, but also the idea of photographing it with this sort of dead fish just slapped down on this marble surface to sort of draw your eye throughout into the landscape, but also give this quite abstract conception of what a kitchen might be. In his mid-30s, Corbusier started to write a series of polemics in a magazine he co-edited called L'Esprit Nouveau. These were later collated into a book called Vers une architecture in 1923. It was translated into English in 1927, although there was uncertainty about the authorship and the quality of the translation. So we tend to refer to a later one now. And these are two books that I refer to when I'm teaching architectural modernism, because it's the first time that we have a really clear statement of intent from someone in the modern movement. In the book, Corbusier restated his belief that a house should be a machine for living in, and that the new architecture will be characterized by 5 common components. I referred to one of those a moment ago, but basically they represented the transformation from load-bearing walls of a masonry building to reinforced concrete frames with columns, a completely free open ground plan, a free facade where you can have windows and openings any way you like, strip linear windows that match the sort of horizon view of the eyes, flat roofs and roof gardens. And he writes about a functionalist approach to architecture, which is more concerned with form than style or decoration. And you can see he makes these suggestions that if we look at ancient architecture and the cutting edge of modern technology at the time of writing, there are similarities in the way that these approaches to design are executed. The second book I want to consider is another one I use in my teaching, and it is by the American architect Robert Venturi, who died in 2018. Venturi studied architecture at Princeton. He graduated with an MFA. The school at Princeton was very, very much inspired by the classical tradition of architecture education as a fine art discipline, inspired by the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, the first formal school of architecture in the world. However, Venturi worked with 2 very important modernist architects, Eero Saarinen in Bloomfield Hills in Michigan and Louis Kahn in Philadelphia. And in 1954, he was awarded the Distinguished Rome Prize Fellowship at the American Academy in Rome, and he spent 2 years living in Italy, studying Renaissance art and architecture, but also traveling extensively all over Europe, and as far as Finland to see some of the buildings of Alvar-Aalto, in fact. He went back to the US, he taught with Lou Kahn again, and he was promoted to associate professor. And he delivered lectures on the history of architecture, and in '65 received a grant from the Graham Foundation to turn his teaching into a book, which became Complexity and Contradiction in Architecture. And this is now regarded as a postmodern architecture manifesto. And in fact, he calls it in the foreword a gentle manifesto. And what you can see, similar to Corbusier here, is a comparison and critical comparison of styles that are not immediately associated with one another. It contains 10 chapters over about 90 pages, followed by about 30 pages of his own built and unbuilt architectural work. He draws freely from classical and contemporary architecture, exploring how architecture could reject the reductive and diagrammatic modernism of the discipline and embrace a richer and more complex postmodernism. And you can see from the titles of the chapters here, there are some quite alluring ideas. The idea of the complicated double element, contradiction, adapted and juxtaposed, and the phenomenon of both and. In our teaching, this is still quite a sacred text, and I've inherited a course where students are given the book and told to read one of these chapters and then respond to it. Not something I'm entirely happy with, but it's interesting that this is given as a sort of gateway to thinking about what postmodern architecture might be. And these are some of the pictures of the later part of the book where he's showing some of his own work, which is obviously a very important way to help secure tenure when you're publishing books funded by the Graham Foundation. How did modernism give way to postmodernism in architectural discourse? There's a third white man I want to refer to here, Charles Jenks, an American-born writer, critic, and landscape architect, but he's most famous as a writer. He actually put a moment on it, and this is quite a famous quote from our discipline, which is to say that modern architecture died in St. Louis, Missouri on July 15, 1972 at 3:32 p.m. or thereabouts, when the infamous Pruitt-Igoe scheme, or rather several of its slab blocks, were given the final coup de grace by dynamite. Like cities across the Western world, Pruitt-Igoe was just another modernist public housing scheme, defunded, abandoned by political leaders almost as soon as it had been built. Crime, vandalism, and neglect contributed to its destruction just 18 years after it was built. Incidentally, the architect was Minoru Yamasaki, also architect of the World Trade Center in New York City. Jenks is speculating here about the start of the end of one movement and the start of another with an actual destructive moment. Jenks's writing was punchy, but he also had an eye for graphic design. And over the course of his career, he drew and redrew this diagram, which attempted to make sense of architectural history in the 20th century. First printed in 1971, it was updated and reprinted in 2000. And you can see that it has these sort of horizontal, moving over time, left to right. It has all these movements growing and changing in size. He wrote towards the end of his career, when historians look at the recent past, they do so with the eyes and tastes that rigidly exclude the variety, contradictions, mess, and creative wealth of a period, and we applaud them for so doing. All history writing is selective and based on theories of what really matters, and there's no way around this limitation. It's a quote I also give my students. So in the last iteration of this, around 2000, there are 6 major traditions of architecture. You can see them down the left-hand side, which oscillate in relative dominance as time progresses. He counted 60 or so architectural schools or movements, 100 trends, technologies, or types. Pardon me. Some names like Le Corbusier appear multiple different times, reflecting the ways in which either they reinvented their practice or they didn't actually fit into just one of those movements, and that maybe they could be understood as being in others. Jenks said he acknowledged the influence of the cognitive science Howard Gardner, who studied creative shifts over time. But we can also speculate that that diagram might have been inspired by this one, Alfred Barr's genealogy of modern art. Barr was a historian of fine art, and in 1929, at age just 27, he became the director of MoMA in New York City, And in his desk when he passed away was a notebook which attempted to simplify the history of architecture into these isms, into things like Cubism and Impressionism. He was trying to define architecture not through the chronology of individual artists, but by movements. And that was actually quite revolutionary in the history of art and subsequently architecture. This might have influenced Charles Jenks to collaborate with Karl Kropf on the influential paperback theories and manifestos of contemporary architecture. This is an edited collection of some of the most influential manifestos and ideas of 20th century architecture. Organized chronologically and published very inexpensively, it quickly became the go-to reference for architecture students in a hurry who wanted a ready reckoner of what their lecturer had just taught them about. If you like, this is a book of architectural isms. And others have followed in those footsteps, perhaps in a more reductive way. This is a series of books, a series of editions of the same book and translations by Jeremy Melvin, which is a little bit more explicit in reducing it down, the history of architecture down into very easily digestible packages of these isms. So to conclude and to look ahead, a professor here who has a background in curation recently asked me why it is that architecture academics always seem to give presentations with photographs of the covers of books in them. And she might have just been polite and was critiquing my presentations. But I do recognize that, and I think her question reveals an important truth. And this comes up a lot when we talk about what research is in architecture in our department through endlessly boring research committee meetings about how we recognize the work of architects as research. Architectural ideas are indeed developed through and in buildings, but they are communicated through the printed word, by and large. And with a paucity of highly ranked scientific journals in the field, and that's historical, it's more common to find architecture academics aiming for monographs and edited books in pursuit of academic recognition.
5 minutes, James.
Thank you. We can definitely think about that with Robert Venturi, an architect who had received early career support to go to Europe to study classical and contemporary architecture in Europe. Complexity and contradiction in architecture can be understood as a very smart strategic move to secure your tenure, because it's a book that not only promotes your own work, but it's also exactly the kind of book that architects love to read, something that provides an overview of an easily defined set of ideas. So I speculated that the field of architecture might be lagging in contributing to the discourse of metamodernism. Why is that? As we know, and I think as everyone has heard in this conference, metamodernism can provide a very helpful negotiation between the binary ideologies of 20th century cultures, and it remains a very useful lens through which to interrogate architecture. But as of yet, no one has articulated what metamodern architecture itself might look like or it might be. That's probably because no one has yet written a book, or at least a book that architects will engage with. Jeremy Melvin's little colourful book of isms might have come close to replacing Charles Jenks's theories and manifestos as a handbook, but you can see that it's still quite a reductive way of trying to make sense of lots of different movements. What are Corbusier's Toward an Architecture and Venturi's Complexity and Contradiction doing? They're both political manifestos, declarations of beliefs and aims, but like I've said, they're political in another dimension. They're strategic moves to ensure the work of their author is canonized. Corbusier recognized the power of photography and spent great effort to ensure his buildings were represented internationally in striking and original ways, and his influence traveled across the Atlantic and to Asia and to India, and to countries where he worked long before he ever got there. Venturi, meanwhile, saw the opportunity to grow both his academic and architectural capital with a work of theory that also happened to promote his nascent architectural career. So although figures like Charles Jenks, Adrian Forty, other white men I've cited in this presentation have done much to facilitate our understanding of the different isms in architecture, in the recent history, it's generally been architects themselves who've defined the more significant movements. Corbusier Venturi used status-seeking books to write architectural modernism and postmodernism into existence. That status was only then cemented by people like me beavering away in the university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. We have a little time for questions, so 5 minutes. But the first question I'll lead off with is, for those who weren't here for your Seattle presentation, can you just give us a little bit of an overview of what you think a metamodern building might look like, or what sort of ideas are present? Can you give us some examples? I know some people have pointed to RMIT in the city as a metamodern building, and our friend Sean here works and perhaps could attest to that, but why don't you just briefly give us a bit of a sense?
Right. I spent several weeks avoiding saying that in my paper, so I'll now use 2 minutes to try and say it. I don't know. I mean, at the beginning, I do think that the reference to Herzog and Dember, I showed that subsequent building of theirs from 2016. I'll just come back to that very, very quickly to talk about it. So Herzog and Dember, famous Swiss architecture practice. They designed Tate Modern's conversion in London. And that was very, very influential when I was a student and before I became an architecture student, because of the way that it reused an industrial building for a cultural purpose. And that's extremely common in 90s and 2000s, 2010s major cultural projects. The Elbe Philharmonie, which was completed after Notes on Metamodernism was published, but after there's been the speculation that maybe Herzog and Dember were representative of something different. This is quite a complicated building. It's also a building that was hugely over budget and hugely late and hugely controversial. But again, it's a cultural building. It's a sort of mixed-use building in a former industrial setting in Hamburg on the River Elbe, built atop of one of very many sort of warehouse-like structures. The main public realm, the main public space that you can see is about halfway up the building or a third of the way up, and that's a wide open sort of balcony. You can go in at ground level for free, take these inclined travelators up through the building, and you arrive on a quite vertiginous and terrifying narrow open balcony that takes you around the outside of the building, and everyone goes up there, does a circuit, goes inside and buys a cappuccino, and then that's sort of the end of the public experience. But then above that is the concert halls of the Philharmonie, wrapped around with a hotel. And so the glass structure that you can see on top with this sort of repeated frosted pattern around the window edges, that's primarily a hotel. Now, I don't think this is a metamodern building. I think this is quite, it's quite characteristic of a late capitalist fusion of culture and consumption. But it is also trying to moderate that with a sort of commitment to the public realm, but in a kind of slightly contorted way. Certainly a way that gives me the heebie-jeebies, because when I go up there, it just makes me feel sick being on that balcony. And I don't know if that's what I want a public space to do. I don't think I know yet what a metamodern building might look like. I do believe, though, that we're missing a practicing designer or practicing person who's making buildings who's yet grabbed hold of these ideas. And I don't know why that is. I mean, if I wrote a book on metamodern architecture tomorrow, I want to be perfectly clear. I'd be doing it to secure tenure. I wouldn't be doing it to move architecture forward, because I don't think it can come from me. I think it has to come from the architects who had that experience, like Robert Venturi, who was a very well experienced architect with his wife, Denise Scott Brown, and Le Corbusier, for better or worse. So I think if that manifesto is going to be written, if it's going to be written, it's going to come from an architect. They've probably been born, but I don't know what they're doing or where they're doing it.
Yeah, and all those things probably have to come organically rather than being forced. So you may have a concept of what they are, but yeah, they should come from a place of inspiration, I suppose. Okay, so we'll pass it on to, we'll ask check the room to see whether there's some questions, and then we'll see whether there's any online.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I've got an easier question for you. I've been really interested in reports that people are using wood for high-rise buildings these days. What's the best type of tree or lumber to use? And I take it you're not making buildings like Yellowstone Lodge. And so is it mainly laminates or what sort of technology? Very briefly.
Yeah, it's an engineered technology. So the Seattle paper, which I'm more than happy to give again, I've got it here if anyone wants it. It looked at 2 buildings in Norway and Sweden. One is about 2 hours away from here. And they both go above 20 stories. And the one in Skellefteå, Sweden, uses wood not just in terms of aesthetics. The superstructure is entirely wood, the actual physical structure. And that's actually, there have been tall timber buildings which have been done in hybrid with concrete and other things. I recently visited a graduate of my alma mater, someone I studied with in the 2000s. She and her business partner designed a sort of 6-story timber apartment building in London, which sat on a concrete base. So the base was a church and community hall, and then above it were 5 stories of timber apartments. And that's all fairly straightforward. But what's happening now is that we're reaching above 20 stories, and there's a 350 meter, which I guess is 70-story. I know I think it's 70 stories, tower planned for Tokyo sometime in the 2030s. That timber is called engineered timber because the tree is extracted from the forest and then goes through a series of processes whereby it's either cut on a spiral to sort of, how to describe, to sort of extract the linear strength of the tree trunk, or they're laminated. And lamination has historically used a ton of really nasty glue, basically, to stick bits of wood together and to use the natural grain of wood in opposing dimensions. So you make either sheets, which can make walls, entire wall blocks, or it can make built elements. You can use a variety of hardwoods, and to do this, you don't need a particular species. It's something that we in Sweden do very well and export a lot. It performs extremely well in fires. It just performs differently to other types of structure. And that's where a lot of political resistance comes from, because politicians and fire services are reluctant to give permission for buildings which behave differently in those contexts. But it's a technology that's growing, and it does tend to favor the northern hemisphere and the sort of boreal zones of the planet where we have these trees. But it does fuel increased consumption of the forest, and in Sweden that's a huge problem. We're clear cutting our old growth forest faster than ever, and if we don't slow down soon, we will have basically cut down all of Sweden's indigenous old growth forest by about 2050. So for us in this part of the world, it's a tremendously profitable and successful venture, but it's one that environmentally has quite big consequences for biodiversity and what we replace them with once we've chopped these trees down.
Thanks, James. Online, is there anyone who would like to ask a question? No? All good. Thanks so much, James. Give James another round of applause. You could probably go back to sleep now, James, if you want to. All righty. So I will now introduce our next speaker, who is in Spain at the moment. Again, a special thanks to James and Paula for waking up at such a ungodly hour to present and help extend the knowledge of Metamodernism. So Paula is a PhD student in humanities at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. Her current research focuses on the 21st century Spanish literature and the concept of Metamodernism. In her PhD project, she uses the Metamodern vernacular to analyze 5 recent Spanish novels, paying particular attention to their depiction of contemporary society. Its provisional title is Metamodern Subjectivity within the Spanish Context, Current Narrative as an X-ray of the Present. Today, Paula will discuss Fleabag and the challenges of postmodernity. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, thank you, Graham, for your presentation for the organization of the event, and thank you everybody for being here. I will share the presentation first. So, are you seeing my screen, right?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
I will try to make a full screen. Well, so I'm going to talk today about Fleabag. That's a bit outside of my topic because I'm actually doing a PhD on literature, on Spanish literature, but that's an essay I wrote for my master's, and I felt like sharing it with you because I don't know in which other context I could use it again, and I think it's like interesting for the metamodern structure of feeling. So this is the outline of my presentation. First, I would introduce the topic a bit to explain why I think Fleabag is a metamodern series, but also to explain you a bit what Fleabag is about for those of you who don't know it. Then I would analyze the series through 3 different sections, and then I will conclude. Well, so what Fleabag is about? Fleabag is a 2-season series. The first season was released in 2016, and the second one in 2019. Its creator is Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who is also the main actress of the series. And the series tells the life of a 30-something-year-old woman that would be Fleabag. We know about her family, about her dating life, about her friends. And also we learn in the first season about the trauma that haunts the protagonist, that would be the death of her mom and of her best friend. To understand a bit the tone of the series, Fleabag can be considered a precarious girl comedy. This term was proposed by Rebecca Wonso in 2016 to talk about series as Girls by Lena Dunham or as The Misadventures of an Awkward Black Girl by Issa Rae. And according to Wonso, this series talk about they use endless alienation as a source of humor. So my hypothesis about Fleabag and why I want to talk about it today is because I think that the protagonist's pain comes from certain social and cultural conditions that can be regarded as a consequence of postmodernity, but it doesn't stop there. But the series also tries to find some solutions for these conditions. I understand that it's tricky to talk about postmodernity in general, but I do think that the conditions I'm talking about, that would be individualism, isolation, or lack of guidance within the social world, they can be regarded as consequence of postmodernity, or at least as consequence of a particular definition of postmodernity. That would be the one that would come from the works of philosophers as Richard Rorty, Jean-François Lyotard, Gianni Vattimo, or even a proto-postmodern philosopher as Friedrich Nietzsche. They all share this idea that there is not an objective truth, that we cannot know the real thing about the world, but the only thing we have access to is an interpretation of reality. This is famously expressed in a quote by Friedrich Nietzsche that would go, "Truth is a mobile army of metaphors." So even if all of these philosophers would celebrate this condition, this lack of an objective truth that would signify freedom for the poet or for the philosopher, characters within Fleabag would understand this postmodern condition as a source of pain and as a source of disorientations. All of the characters in Fleabag, they lack moral guidance and they feel isolated because of these postmodern conditions. But what I would be talking today about is that the series doesn't only express how these conditions can be isolating or they can be painful, but the series also explores the solutions that the characters find to face this condition. So I will start with the analysis of the series that, as I told you before, it will have 3 different sections. To first understand how Fleabag depicts these postmodern conditions, I will talk about Fleabag as a form of relational art. Relational art is a term that was coined by cultural curator Nicolas Bourriot in 1998. And he defined relational art as a set of artistic practices which take as their theoretical and practical point of departure the whole of human relations and their social context, rather than an independent and private space. Lee Constantino understood that relational art can be understood as a part of the metamodern structure of feeling, because it is interested in the possibility of communicating in an environment where it is difficult to discern if an affirmation is honest or not, and where everybody is self-focused. So it's interested in the possibility of communicating in a postmodern environment. And Constantino also understands that relational art is very connected with the aesthetic of awkwardness, because awkwardness happens when the intersubjective space is broken. So when there is something wrong with communication, when we cannot communicate or relate to one another. And this aesthetic of awkwardness is present in Fleabag constantly. Adam Kotsko is another philosopher who will analyze this aesthetic of awkwardness, and he understands that this effect is very interesting because it draws everybody into the situation. When we see that somebody's acting awkwardly, we will immediately start feeling awkward as well. So it's the perfect effect to create sympathy. And awkwardness, it's like an effect that can help us really put ourselves in somebody else's shoes. And that's also what happens in Fleabag, because as I said, in Fleabag, awkwardness is all over the place, especially in the relationship of the protagonist and her family. We see how they totally lack any social skills, and this doesn't isolate them just from strangers, but also from people who are closer to them. I have here a scene from the series where the protagonist is talking with her dad, and her dad is asking her, even if she's 30-something years old, if she has enough clothes, because he really doesn't know what else to say. And even if this is like funny and it's supposed to be funny and it's funny, it's also painful to see how they are really lacking any social skills. So I will talk about the second aspect in which we can see these postmodern conditions and the pain that comes from these postmodern conditions. And this would be the rhetorical strategies of the series. The protagonist in Fleabag has 2 ways of communicating with her audience. First, she talks with other characters within the fictional world, but secondly, she also is constantly talking to us as her audience. And I think the series makes a point about how metafiction can create an ironic distance and can be isolating for the characters, and how metafiction can lead to solipsism for the characters. Because even if Fleabag, like the protagonist, is constantly talking to us, we cannot provide comfort the same way other characters can provide comfort, because we are just not there. We are not in the same fictional level. So we become just a mirror in which she's looking at herself, in which she's like reflecting herself, but she's not really communicating with us, honestly. I have here some scenes from the series. In this first one, she's just talking to the audience while she's in the toilet. So that's like just a way to show you how she's constantly talking to us. And this second image is from a scene where she's talking with other character, but she's anyway looking at us while she's talking with him. So she's choosing very often, especially in the first season, to talk to us rather than talking to other characters. And that can be conflictive, as we will see. Because as I said before, there is still this need for human contact, kind of contact that we as an audience cannot provide. It becomes obvious that we are insufficient as people who would be able to comfort her, because when she's actually being honest and talking about her pain and actually talking about how she feels, she's not talking to us as an audience, but she's talking to other characters. In the first season, she's confessing her true feelings to the character of the banker, who she doesn't even know that much, but she prefers to talk to him than to talk to us. Yeah, we see in this scene her eyes that are going towards the other characters rather than directing towards the camera, and as in the other example. And this is something that even the creator of the series, Phoebe Waller-Bridge, would analyze and would admit. This is a fragment from an interview with Phoebe Waller-Bridge that is in YouTube, where she says, "I wanted the audience not to not be the people that she's confessing to. They are the witness that she takes everywhere with her, that she has to maintain her front to. The audience are there for her to always be showing off, to be saying, 'My life is fine, my life is hilarious, come on in.' So she doesn't want you to see the sadder bits of her life. And I just found a flaw in that, because normally you would be the person that she's confessing to. So even if normally in a postmodern, I would propose in a postmodern panorama, she would be still talking to the audience and using metafiction to express the whole of her characters. Here, metafiction turns out being isolating at some point and not enough for her to feel okay. And that's also something that becomes obvious through the second season, because in the second season she would meet the character of the priest. I don't know how much of you have you seen the series, but in the second season she would fall in love with a priest, and she would also become very, very close to him. And when she's really close to another character, this other character, that is the character of the priest, would realize when she is talking to the camera, when she's talking to us, and would accuse her of going somewhere, of kind of detaching herself from her reality. So here again, I have some fragments from the series. In this first image, we see that she's talking to us, and we also see that he is realizing that something is off. And yeah, and he's even saying, like, "Where did you just go?" Because he's realizing that she's doing something weird, even if the other characters that are not close to her are not realizing about this. Well, so this would make me think and propose that there is a change, a really clear evolution between the first season and the second season. So before in this presentation, I was mainly talking about the first season, and I think that in the first season there is more this comment on postmodern conditions, whereas the second season would be already more focused on the proposition of solutions to these postmodern conditions. At the beginning of the season 2, Fleabag is talking to us directly, and she's saying this is a love story. And I find that love is actually the main solution that the characters find to face this postmodern condition. And to understand this conception of love that we find in the series, I will use the concept of depthiness. So the idea would be that love provides guidance to the characters to navigate the social world and helps them to overcome isolation and communication problems. The concept of depthiness was proposed by Timotheus Vermeulen to talk about the return of depth after postmodernity. But he understands that this turn to depth is different because depth starts to be a performative concept. He uses Butler theory to explain this performative quality. And I will read this quote. He says that, yes, as Butler writes, that the soul is not what produces our behavior, but is, on the contrary, what is produced by our behavior. In other words, not inside the body, but on and around it, a surface effect. Depth is not excavated, but applied, not discovered, but delivered. So here, actually, what is implied is that the self exists not because there is an essential idea of the self, but because our idea of the self matters to us and also matters to others. So in the same way, love in Fleabag would be an example of depthiness, because it's not portrayed as a universal or essential emotion, but as an effect that matters because it informs the character's behaviors. It's important for the characters, and in this way, it becomes somehow deep. And it's obvious that love is not universal or is not essential, because love doesn't seem to be just one thing, and is not defined by this essence that then is present in all of the different relationships. But love seems to be defined by the things that people do when they love each other, when they say or they know that they love each other. There are many love at the beginning looks present mainly in the relationship between Fleabag and the priest, but in the last episode, mainly we see that there is love in a lot of these relationships, where before it appeared that there was just awkwardness or discomfort or like this feeling of being lost in the social world. So there is also love in the relationship with Fleabag and her father, but also with Fleabag and her sister Claire, even with in the relationship of Claire and her stepsons and other characters.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost finishing. And also what I think it's interesting and really connects with this metamodern structure of feeling is that in the series it doesn't look that love and awkwardness somehow cancel each other, but it's very clear that love and awkwardness often coexist and do coexist. But love is an emotion and affect that helps the characters to act in a particular way within the social world and overcome communication issues. And love somehow makes the lives of the characters easier. Well, so I will already conclude. So my conclusions are at first that analyzing Fleabag through a metamodernist theoretical framework is a good way or a useful way to understand the conflicts that are depicted. So a lot of what is going on in Fleabag can be understood if we use these metamodern terms or metamodern notions as depthiness, but also as relational art, as the aesthetic of awkwardness. And I think this is interesting because we can understand the series better, but also because it makes obvious the importance and outreach of the metamodern structure of feeling, because Fleabag was a very widely watched series and also very well, it was critically acclaimed. And what I think is particularly interesting while looking at the series through these metamodern lenses is that the series describes a meaningful arc. In the first season, we see more just the discussion of the distress that is caused by postmodern conditions. Whereas in the second season, already we see more clearly the solutions that the characters find to cope with these conditions. So here you have some of the references I was using, and that would be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. I will ask the room if they have any questions. Okay. No questions at the moment, but online. I think, Greg, yep.
Yeah, I was also struck by that moment in season 2 when the priest noticed her talking to us. I don't think I've seen anything like that, because it's like you talk about breaking the fourth wall, but that was like breaking the breaking of the fourth wall, kind of. And it seemed like it took what was a postmodern trope of her, like, winkingly talking to the audience, and it just flipped it around and brought things back into the show. I don't know what my question is, but if you have any other thoughts, because I just love that scene, and if you have any other thoughts about it you want to share, I'm interested.
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. I mean, it's a very good moment on the show, and I think a lot of people talk about it and notice it because it's something really that we are not used to see. And I can just explain a bit more what I was saying about that, and what I think about that moment is that it's obviously a way to criticize metafiction as a trope and to criticize what can be wrong about metafiction. And I think the priest, what he's telling her is basically, you are going away somewhere when you're using metafiction, instead of being here in the moment and be like experiencing the emotions that are happening. You're going somewhere else. You're distancing yourself from reality, from what is happening. And I think that's a bit the point of this research. And I think it's kind of, that is kind of clear when you watch the series that there is something like that. And also there is this article in the book of Metamodernism, Historicity, Affect, and yeah. So there is one of the chapters by Nicolene Timer when she's talking about David Foster Wallace and the sense of the self. That's something like that, the title of the chapter. And she's talking about that. She's talking that in David Foster Wallace literature as well, we find this idea that metafiction can be isolating and that the characters are commenting on that. So I think that reading Fleabag and this article in parallel are a very interesting way to understand this resource and this breaking of the fourth wall that you were talking about.
Yeah, I've seen the series as well and loved it. Just for a bit of context, was that at the very start of when they just met?
No, that was. I have the episode written, so I will check it. This is in the third episode.
Yeah, so it just kind of makes me think that, it's the developing of intimacy, and you pick up on, your potential partner's behavior, and you say, oh, I'd noticed when you do something like that, is something wrong? And you kind of tend to pick up on it. We did have a question in the room, so I'll pass it over to Charles.
Hi, Paula. Thanks for your talk. I was wondering what you saw when you turned the X-ray on the present Spanish society in terms of, metamodernist insights.
Yeah, so that is connected with something, with another concept to study contemporary Spanish literature. And there is this idea that before the 2008 crisis, Spanish literature and Spanish fiction in general was depicting a present that was somehow apolitical, or that didn't bring up political conflicts. And after the 2008 crisis, fiction in general started to depict a present that is more politically conflicted. So that's a description about Spanish fiction by an author that is David Becerra Mayor, but it's also like a common held conception now. And I think that's very connected with the metamodern structure of feeling, with this turn to political commitment. So in my PhD, I just choose different novels that talk about different conflicts. So I don't know. I mean, there is one that is about maternity. There is another one that talks more about the digital society and the consequences of that. There is one that is about the work, like job opportunities among young people. So there are different sections about different topics.
Thanks, Paula. I had a question, which is having seen Fleabag, or at least the first couple seasons of it, the question is, there has been quite a lot written in fiction about the deception, and Sarah kind of touched on this yesterday about the kind of illusion of a soulmate, right? So I'm thinking of books like The Remembrance of Things Past and The Great Gatsby. And, you know, a lot of those kind of really question that idea of romantic love being as fulfilling as contemporary Western society has kind of framed it as being. It's like, so when you find your soulmate, you're somehow complete. And yet a lot of postmodern sort of texts and, you know, just texts throughout history have really questioned that. And basically I kind of, you know, it seems like in Fleabag, it's only really a reprieve from those kind of issues, right? Because, spoiler alert, Fleabag and the priest don't end up together. So what would be your response? How is that kind of love story metamodern? Because it seems to me it could be metamodern in the sense that not only is the priest quite a lovely, handsome guy, but he also represents faith and belief in something else, which kind of touches on Linda's earlier presentation. So how would you respond to a criticism that love isn't what can combat postmodern existentialism?
I think, well, you know, you said that like it's metamodern because there is a lot of belief going on there, and even like the relationship, not even between Fleabag and the priest, but between the priest and religion, is metamodern in the way that he's portrayed as somebody who has a lot of doubts, but anyway he chooses to believe, and at the end, even if he's kind of challenged by this by Fleabag and this possibility of having a romantic relationship, he chooses belief over this other thing. So I think that's metamodern in a way. There is also this term of post-secular fiction. I don't know if you know about it, heard about it. That is about like fiction that nowadays is portraying belief and religious belief as an option. And yeah, and about if Fleabag and the priest they do have a metamodern relationship or not, I don't know. I think in general, I think that the series is really making this point that romantic love is not the only kind of love, but in the last episode you see these all different kinds of love that are happening all the time, and we are not even aware of that. And I think, yeah, there is a lot of emphasis on this presence of love, even if we don't know about it. So we see a lot of these relationships that are actually meaningful for the characters, even if we don't realize. And I think in this way, the relationship between Fleabag and the priest is not as central at the end. I don't know.
Well, I tend to agree, and it seems like the last kind of bastion of love, which is family love, right? So by the end of that, I think second season, it's her and her sister who, you know, break down those walls and become, you know, intimate again. Or you can look at things like Frozen or something like that, where it's the relationship between the family that matters, not their, you know, princes, which kind of come to the rescue, right? So the princes are revealed to be assholes. So, but that's great. Thank you so much, Paula. It was wonderful to have you talk. Unfortunately, we don't have Lehman joining us. There was a family emergency, so they were unable to present with us. So we will basically conclude now. We might keep the link open for 10 minutes if people want to continue to ask questions for the people online, or if you want to kind of introduce yourselves or anything like that. But thank you to all our presenters. Thanks to the AHRC Metamodernism Network and Trobe, and to Sarah and to Charles for helping out, to Greg and to Linda for facilitating the conversation. It's been a pleasure to organize, and you guys have really made it very easy. So thank you all for your efforts. I appreciate you guys getting up early, and they were all wonderful presentations. So thank you.